Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, Carrie Cassidy just came out with little post to a bunch of us, and she said, "Let's get something straight." You know how Carrie is, right? So, think of her speaking. Regardless of the current managed seeding out to the media, all associated with reverse engineered UFO technology, free energy, plasma fusion, propulsion, and so on, keep in mind that whistleblowers, researchers, scientists, and journalists have been targeted by the deep state secret space program for the past 80 years, going back before the Nazis. All right, this isn't a new occurrence, guys. All right, so the fact that they're making a big deal out of now 13 scientists that have died mysteriously, the fact is that this goes back way back, 80 years, right? Think, and I've talked about this on several shows, all the different people that have passed because they've been, revealing this information because the deep state wants to control this information. They want it for themselves. And they want to take this technology that's being developed. Deep state, if you haven't figured out yet, are Luciferians, right? And that's the highest level of evil. You have the Satanists, which are basically their puppets. And then you have the regular people like us, who they believe are cattle, right? To feed on or, drink our blood, whatever they want to do with our children, whatever. That's how they see the world. So, that's developing information that's going to give us free energy sources and so forth. It's not going to happen, right? They're not going to allow that to go forward. Now, what I believe is happening and what we're going to talk about is David Sarita basically came out with a video today, and he went down that rabbit hole, right? Because he's been involved in all of this technology that will give us free energy. He talks about nuclear powered batteries that would last 10,000 years. Imagine having your Tesla, you don't have to, recharge it, right? For 10,000 years. Crazy, right? That's a technology that's available and more. And that's just tip of the iceberg. So they're controlling that information. They're keeping it from us. They've been keeping it from us for a long time. And it looks like maybe, baby, that a lot of this, cut back in the oil, and Lufthansa said they're going to have to cut 20,000 flights through October because of the doubling of jet air fuel, right? So, I mean, whatever. We know that you don't really use that much jet fuel anyway, knuckleheads. So that's just misinformation right there. So all they need is for jet fuel is to get up into the air, and then they just, use the energy and they're coasting through the through the air. If you look at those videos, there's lots of videos of that out there. If they really use the amount of fuel that supposedly they're charging us for to fly on their aircraft, they would have like these tankers that are stacked on the wings, not these little tiny wings with a little bit of fuel in there, right, guys? Come on. So there's lots of information that's right in front of us that they're keeping from us. They're keeping us dumbed down scientific wise. They're keeping us dumbed down as far as like all this high tech information and so forth. So it's going to be very difficult to take these knuckleheads down. So could they be coming forward with some technology in the near future that have stolen from these scientists, kind of like, Nikola Tesla. They stole a lot of his information, and they've been using it for a long time in their underground facilities, DUMBs, and so forth. So could they be possibly coming out? I think they are coming out with the technology that they have stolen over the years. And then scientists that are, rediscovering or discovering, continuing the discovery of some of these technologies. So this is what we're seeing. This is absolutely what we're seeing. And it's been going on for a long time. So the Trump administration, by saying they're going to expose this stuff and coming out with Artemis 2 and Artemis 3. Of course, Artemis 1 was Trump's first term. And we just said Artemis 2. How much of that is going to be part of Reveal? I think it's moving that direction. Now, a lot of people are very, sassy pants about, finding anomalies about the spacecraft Artemis 2. And they think that if they find something that's, incongruent and doesn't work, or somebody misspoke or said something off a little bit, like one of the astronauts said, and we launched on April 3rd. Well, what do you mean? You launched from Earth atmosphere, or because you launched on April 1st? So what is it? So there's some misspeak. Is that on purpose? There's a lot of that going on. How much of that was real? How much of it was, because there looks like a lot of the stuff in the videos, guys, was real. Was that from other, craft, or from other events, or did they really go around the boat? Who knows? All right. I think some of it's true and some of it's bullshit. Right. And it's been that way for a long time for a lot of this stuff, because we don't need to blast off in, using rocket fuel. Now, once they get in space, then everybody's like, well, where's all the fuel that they need to go around the moon and come back? It's just like the jets, guys, when they go up in the air. Unless you're, flying you're a jet jockey in the military, you don't need all that fuel. Once you get into certain atmospheric conditions, then you don't need fuel. You're able to coast quite a bit. Now we're going to have Juan come in, and he's got some information that he wants to share. Juan, you got a nice little view there.
Yeah, I was just picking up an engine and moving it for one of my cars there. It's a LS motor, about 700 horsepower supercharged. So it's fun motor and trannies. So anyway, but they don't do anything unless you put them in something.
That's it. It's just like those spacecraft.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you got to make it go somewhere. Okay. Yeah, point it somewhere. Don't point it the wrong place. That's for sure. So, hey, I wanted to mention everybody's kind of getting amped up, and the president put something out yesterday about the Virginia election. Yeah. And I just want to let folks know, we have this conference coming up mid-June, 15th to the 17th there in Las Vegas. I've got a half a dozen, we may get a couple more before it's over with, of the top data people, the election specialists on the planet that are going to be presenting there. And just so people understand how connected they are, several of them have been providing data by request, have been providing data on the Virginia election situation to the White House and White House counsel and like that. So there's and guaranteed, we know exactly how the fraud occurred in the Virginia election. I'll be very direct about it. It was fraudulent. We can prove it. There's no question about it. And as the president said, question is, are the courts going to do anything about it when the moment comes and the materials are presented through whatever means is chosen? And that's been a problem all the way along. The only the only thing I would say to the bad guys involved, both here and abroad, is that the president has already made it more than clear that should the courts fail to respond, we have options and we'll exercise those options. He'll exercise those options to make sure that we do not get the frauds that have been directed at us coming up in the 2026 election. It's a non-starter. The president knows that he, his family, and the patriot community would all be targeted endlessly. And he doesn't want that to get a chance to get started. And so we'll see how everybody responds. The difference is from other times when we've had the frauds in the elections is that we weren't as prepared to observe it real time, document it, and know exactly where to look to do what we got to do. So this time we got it all. We got it with exacting precision. Nobody's gonna be able to mess with us on this. It's if I was one of the bad guys, I'd be lawyering up right now. If I was connected to the bad guys and some of it could rub off on you, I'd be lawyering up right now.
Very good. And you're talking are you talking about the governor race?
No, the Virginia. What they had in Virginia was they did a redistricting race,
okay.
And there's all sorts of questions whether it was even legal what they tried to do. Part of the problem is that I think it'll get overturned in the courts on the legitimacy of even running the race the way it is, and it's very vague and squishy and bizarre in the language of this thing. But that said, the powers that be, the ones behind the scenes, the deep state players, couldn't restrain themselves. They had to try and get in there and control the direction that the election went. And so the problem for them is here's going to be probably overturned by the courts that it was even valid to do the election, but they're going to have been involved in election crimes. And a lot of the stuff that sounds like was old, going back to 2020 and 2022 and 4, this brings a lot of that up fresh. Same thing with what's going on in the primaries. And we've seen similar types of mischief in the primaries and documented, Texas being one of the places. There's other types of fraud occurring in places like Utah where I'm just telling you, those people are unhinged out there. They have no connection to reality. If you're a resident in Utah, you live in one of the most lawless places on planet Earth when it comes to elections and politics and bonds and everything else. I'm shocked, really. And we just, every time you roll over a rock, you find something more and you're like, oh my gosh, really?
Wow.
So, but it's like that in a lot of other places too, by the way. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The in Florida, it looks like they're going to really, they're going to do redistricting, and they're going to add a lot more Republican seats. So there's a lot of movement where they're talking about right now Republicans have 218 seats. They could move to 250 to 270 seats by the midterm elections.
Yeah. Well, and the problem is, though, I have an opinion on what's going to happen within this election cycle. I don't think that with the fraud that's already occurred, that we can take the chance of going the rest of the way on it. But we'll see. I mean, the president's got his thumb on it. He's got great, people advising him. But we'll see what actually happens. Just everybody needs to be assured the president isn't going to sit on his hands. What happened in 2020 is not going to be allowed to happen again now. And we're wise to the mechanisms that are being used to do these election frauds, by the way. So, people need to realize that. So,
yeah, they were predicting red waves in 2018, 2020, and 2022 didn't happen. So, we got to change this election system.
Well, and we don't have the luxury of pretending that we've got it and the red wave shows up and whatever. These particular types of thefts within the electronic systems are very real and very dangerous. And so, and then the court's not allowing us access to the CVRs, cast vote records, things like that, that allow us to prove what's going on. All of that has to change. So, and it will. Again, this is a different mode. You can't compare what's going on now with what's happened previously. I think that's the important thing that a lot of people, they keep saying, yeah, it's been this way. Nothing's changed and not. Yeah, I'll bet money on that. That's not the case. We're going to have some amazing things happen. And the fact that the White House was getting um, briefing papers and briefs and in-person meetings on this exact issue. They're keenly aware now of exactly how the fraud happened in Virginia, what's happened in Texas, and some of the other places. So there'll be action. It's a different time, different situation.
Hmm.
The one thing still though is that we all have cleanup to do from the past. We still got Tina in jail.
Right.
Absolutely, completely insane that she's in jail right now, and every day is just couldn't be more critical with her health physically. Plus, um, you know, she's 70 years old. How would you deal with that yourself mentally? And everybody's coming to the rescue. The president gives you a pardon, and none of it can get you out. Who would have believed?
Well, there's got to be something that's coming up, so we'll keep our fingers crossed. Keep praying.
Yeah, we got. There is actually. I'm aware, and I don't want to, give false hope or let the cat out of the bag. But there is some stuff that I'm aware of that's happened this week that I believe will ultimately, fairly shortly, have a positive outcome. And it'll be more than one step. But I think it's, there's been an agreement along this line now at least twice. And I think this one will get traction and happen, but we'll see.
All right. Good. Sounds like you're in a much happier crowd this time.
Yeah. Yeah. For those that don't know, I was doing a little broadcast with you the other day, and David Kinney, and then some people had imbibed a little bit too much, and there was like three couples, and they were getting a little too over exuberant and bumped me. So I dropped my phone and picked it up, and I was laid back about it, and then apparently they had a little bit of a problem between a couple of the guys and went to fisticuffs, and then the women had to dive in to stop them, and one of them tagged me in a area of my shoulder that's a little hypersensitive, and so I was in it, and didn't quite know what to make of it at the time. But we got people that have had too much to drink and they're getting rowdy. It can be a little bit tough. And one of the guys was being really going over the top, and that was the person that in the police, even when they were in a downtown spot, but it still took them about 7-8 minutes to respond. So there was a lot of drama in between. I had punched off my sound and punched off the video.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to move to a different area, and but I survived. It was life happens. So
I mean, you always give us a good view. That would have been a really good one.
Well, that one, the one I got, I still got a heck of a bruise on that shoulder. I don't know if it was from getting hit there or when I had to hit back, and my wrist still hurts. And the one girl, he hits too hard. My boyfriend didn't mean it. Well, fuck. I mean, it's just,
It's too hard. That's a good one.
Yeah. What am I supposed to do? They weren't playing. I mean, they might have thought they were playing, but I didn't think so. So Anyway, but I'm okay. I made it. They're all okay. I think they took 3 of them to jail, so that's
Wow.
all that happens. But it's the nature of the beast. Life in the big city.
Very good. Very good. So, we're at that point where, we have all these scientists that are disappearing.
Yeah.
And, Dave Wilcock, whatever's going on with that. Yeah. We kind of talked a little bit about that. You said, the problem.
Well, let me just dive right in there real
Yeah.
quick before we get to that, because I don't want to entangle David's situation into the other scientists. The reality is, David was a friend since shortly after he got out of high school, even.
Wow.
And so I knew David for a very long time. And
Mhm.
I'll just be frank, I had tried to tone it down with him several times, and we were good friends. I mean, I spent time with him a number of times, and there were some things there that I just felt were not helping on certain subject matter and wasn't accurate or correct. And he had tried to intone once or twice that maybe I was in agreement with him, and I said, "No, David, not a chance, not on some of these certain things." And even talking with a couple of other close friends of David over the last couple days, it was interesting. Both of them said the exact same thing. If you kind of look back on it, you saw this coming. And the short version is that David, for whatever reason, when some police arrived at his place in Boulder, he had a gun on him and he pulled it out and shot himself in the head. So that is so sad. This is somebody that I enjoyed his company, didn't agree with on everything, but I'm not the internet police and give room for people to hear what's said, and then people have to weigh out and make their own decisions.
Yep.
The reality is, though, that this is, fundamentally a nice person and somebody that I had enjoyed the company of and had some respect for. I can have friends that I don't agree with and still be friends and have a conversation. That said, I see some of the internet chatter trying to tie him because he talked about things going to space and aliens and what's coming with disclosure and all sorts of things. And the reality is that there was nothing there that David had that
Right.
was the reason for taking him out, and he did it by his own hand. It's very sad, but if you convolute it into these other situations, I think you dilute what these other situations truly are.
Yeah.
And there is very real, bizarre drama. I was aware of this problem as people were asking questions. I think about 2 years ago with something that happened with a couple other people, and we were trying to look and see if it had been going on for a period of time prior to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the thing that probably raised it to the top of the charts was the disappearance of this general who had access and a lot of this stuff. And by the way, was far enough up the ranks within the UFO phenomena. If you remember, Hillary Clinton in the WikiLeaks stuff all the way back in 2016 when that was released, when we looked at the WikiLeaks data, commented in a post to John Podesta in an email, maybe it's time to play the alien card.
Mm-hmm.
And so, this particular general had access and was working on stuff related to what are referred to as alien technologies. And then Podesta was literally at classified facilities, um, uh, reviewing this stuff with this general. So it was a very big deal. And so you wonder, the alien card, this general, some of the other connections, other people involved out there. It was a very bizarre thing. And going down the road, it blew my plastic off a little bit. But how are we going to deal with this now? Do we actually know who's behind this and what's going on? I don't think there's a lot of questions that don't have good answers thus far. And it's very disconcerting. Imagine even with the general, he left his cell phone behind, his credit cards, ID, other stuff. He put on some hiking shoes, took off his street shoes, and there's a mountainous area nearby. So what was going on? Didn't tell his wife he was going to do anything like that.
Yeah.
Kind of bizarre stuff. So it certainly
like
warrants
staged. So you can't take any of that. Don't know if that's real or what. So
right. And from your or my background, that the art of deception, the illusion, the things that are done to, take you down a different rabbit trail. And if you got guys that are really good, they've thought this out. They know all the key clues to leave behind, if you will, and do so. And so now you're like, well, is it this way or is it that way? What's the real answer? And you got to sift through that stuff and figure it out. And the systems that they were working on are just very advanced. Some involve the other physics. And so the question is, was somebody trying to disable our ability to proceed and develop new technologies? Or were they trying to learn? We got somebody that's missing. Is that person, being trying to make them give away certain information or secrets or something like that, which could include not the technology, but other people that may be able to help with this other technology. So it's a pretty bizarre situation. I think it's very, very real. And it goes to a whole nother level of the nation state conflict, war by another means, taking out some of these scientists.
Yeah. And so the advanced technologies, connecting and, re-engineering the advanced technology we've gotten from the spacecraft that have crashed here on Earth and, back engineering, all that stuff. And then the scientists are basically taking that to the next level. It seems like a lot of those people, and not just 11 or 13 as it is now, scientists, but going back 80 years all the way, you mentioned the Nazis, all the way back to the Nazis, so this control of information.
Well,
amazing engine you have there, by the way.
Oh yeah, the guys that actually know what they're looking at. It's pretty cool. It's got a supercharger up here, and it's brand new from GM. And they were sitting at the shop, and they weren't getting it done. So I have somebody else going to go ahead and finish it up. But it's going in a fun project. But the place where I think you have to kind of understand how long this has been going on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the name of the book. One of the OSI guys, Air Force Office of Special Investigations guys, did a book, The Wheel, and I can't think what the first part of it is in the name, but looking at the developments that were going on all the way back to 1815. Wow. And what we had in 1815 is in Germany and Europe in a more generic sense, but in Germany precisely, there was a club, an organization, secret handshake group, if you will, of industrialists and people with new ideas, scientists and like that. And they decided that they needed to be able to work in secret, and they couldn't do that in Europe itself. There was too many people, too many governments knew what was going on. So they sent a breakaway group to Argentina, and they worked in Argentina, bought a large ranch, and people don't understand this really right now. Argentina in that period was the second fastest growing economy in the world. It was U.S. was the biggest, and Argentina was the second biggest, and very similar to much of the states with the mountains, the ocean, different climates. It's just like California to Alaska across the length north to south, and beautiful. I mean, you got wine country to the north, and then at the very tip down at the bottom, Bariloche, which is where many of the Nazis went. In fact, one of my contacts who was deeply involved in NASA through the 50s and 60s and into the 70s. In the 80s, he'd already retired. Early 80s. But then he told me, and he liked to do art and stuff like that. So he said, no, I'm moving to Bariloche. And he gave me a bunch of stuff that he had. He's like, nope, I don't want anything with me. I'm not taking anything with me. I'm just getting on the airplane going. He met a girl, supposedly, and he packs up and goes down to Bariloche. And I get pictures from him all the time and the German villages and all the fun stuff. Well, you talk about somebody that was a real for real scientist. It never quite made sense. And it was probably early 90s, just before the Whitewater stuff erupted for me. And one of his friends said, hey, you know what he's doing down there? I said, no, I have no idea. He says, no, he's going back and forth to Antarctica. And this guy had met him at the boat. He was taking stuff back and forth to Antarctica. And at that time, he was probably in his late 60s, early 70s. And then we didn't hear anything more from him. And I've always wondered, what was going on really with him. And he had very unusual skill sets and history. But the thing about Argentina was they were developing motors and aircraft predominantly. In fact, an aircraft that was captured, that was crashed, that was recovered by a U.S. team was brought back to the U.S., smuggled back, and reconstructed, and then was demonstrated, according to a number of reports, as a lighter than air aircraft for President Lincoln while he was alive, and his cabinet came out and observed it. And they were unable to think of how they could use this. It was interesting, but they couldn't quite figure out how to use this or apply it. Now, across the southern part of the U.S., in the later into the 1800s, there's numerous reports of air vehicles which we would understand today to be Zeppelin-type vehicles. Were reported and floating across the skies, moving across the skies, across the southern United States, Texas, other places. And those also were apparently being tracked and had origins in Argentina. And of course, when Germany showed up and there was this race between the Western powers to develop these blimps, it was amazing how far ahead of everybody else Germany was early on. Well, it was because they were getting a lot of their technology, including the engine technology specifically, from their breakaway operation that was out of sight, out of mind. And part of the interesting thing there is also that, when Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, the whole story that we all know from the movie, the rest of the backstory on that is that, and he did the train robberies. He was out there in the area that was the Utah territory at the time. But some of the other hole in the wall guys were a bit more wild and had apparently become quite a nuisance. And the assertion is that some kind of a deal was made with the governor of the territory to let the hole in the wall gang get caught, and that Butch would allow and assist on that. And the agreement was made with Sundance's help. Well, it turns out Sundance was a Canadian Mountie and was embedded with that operation with Butch. When they allowed the rest of the Hole in the Wall gang to get apprehended on a train robbery, then they had to go hightail it somewhere, and they went to Argentina. And in Argentina, what were they doing? Well, they were surveilling this breakaway operation, picking up where others had to leave off. They bought a ranch that technically wasn't that far from this German operation, but wasn't right down their throat. It was like 50 miles away, and worked from there. And when you see the movie with the gal in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, in real life, that woman was not romantically involved with either of the men. She was, they had a Sisters of Charity type thing in that era where women who swore to remain virgins would then assist the women who were involved in prostitution to, get them through that period and all that. And it was a very, they played a very important role societally. And so that woman that you see in the movie, she was actually also working as intelligence for the U.S.
Wow.
and reporting for that, doing an intelligence operation specifically against the German intelligence. There was reasons why she had favorability into that. When they left Argentina, came back to the States, Butch and Sundance, they were in contact with her in the San Francisco area. Sundance went back to Canada. Butch remained in the area and then was continuing to do intelligence work. And she had tried to infiltrate a division of this, and so Butch came down. The autopsy showed her as a virgin, which they thought was unusual given her age, and but she was doing that work. And of course, when you think about it, if you have somebody that has access into the prostitute community, they have access into a lot of these nefarious communities and would have intelligence. And so this is a perfect cover, if you will, for other things that she would have been doing if she was an intelligence officer, and which is what the indication is. And so after that point, Butch himself then kind of disappeared into the woodwork because they were apparently blown on their cover looking at the German operations. And this is, a decade before we broke into World War I. And so this has been going on for a very long time. And that operation in Argentina didn't stop there. What they were doing with the lighter than air vehicles was transiting, going down to Antarctica. And they were able to transit very quickly, hit lots of different areas, and do a lot of the build out there that is virtually unknown in the West. And that has been going on for quite some time. And of course, when you're under the ice, you don't get a bad day, you don't get bad weather, you don't get a storm. You have geothermal, so you have, even back before we had other, systems, you had the ability to, generate power, lights, everything else. And if you're in, the underground hot springs areas, the lakes, you're 62 to 68 degrees every day. Never a bad hair day, 2 miles under the ice. Nobody's touching you. So there's a longer story there, but we are dealing with a breakaway on the technology. These people are very advanced, and imagine, if they're gaining, you know, a year on us every 10 years, and you start adding it up, and they're not getting blown to pieces with the latest war. You got some real problems. Obama, his last foreign trip was hitting a bunch of South American countries, ending up in Bariloche, and then he and Michael go off horseback riding and disappear for a day and a half, and nobody sees them up close and all that. Well, where did they go? Well, the reports were that they went down to Antarctica, spent better part of a day, and came back. So it's a short trip from that area. So, and that was the summertime. So there's a lot of mystery in there. And then when you have scientists who are disappearing, by the way, even at 1947 with Roswell and stuff like that, there's been some great work looking at the materials. And of course, Art Bell was a friend, and he had some stuff that was purportedly from Roswell. It was not stuff that was commonly built, but it was within the technology that we're able to do now, and even within the last several years. So some of the combinations looked, otherworldly. The reality is they may just have been a decade or two or five ahead of us. They weren't thousands of years ahead of us, and very indicative of a breakaway. And that area was very close to where we had a lot of the German scientists holed up there in New Mexico also. So there's all sorts of bizarre things. And just one last thing I'll add. For example, we had a vehicle that showed up parked over a missile area with silos during the Cold War. And then these missiles suddenly started turning on and going to launch mode all by themselves without any operator interaction. So it was widely portrayed as being, space aliens showing us that, if we don't stop, our weapons and whatever, they can stop them on command. The reality is, think of what we have today with back doors and programs and the technology to remote control things. If you've got somebody on the inside that's providing you access to put certain Trojans in place, all through a system, you could easily envision something where this isn't outer space technology. It's not from a gazillion years ago. It's just that you have somebody that's very advanced, working over your shoulder and able to undermine your systems and test whether they had that capability or not. And so it takes a little bit of the mystery out of it. Even when you look at this war that we're in with the breakaway, Trump even saying that he's going to release some of the UFO information can also be interpreted that he's actually releasing information that will help those that actually know what they're looking at to understand you're not dealing with aliens from 50,000 light years away. You're dealing with something that's very homegrown next door and a serious problem.
Yeah. I mean, even in World War II, we had, that's amazing what Butch Cassidy's son is. Good God, your knowledge is so amazing. V1, V2 rockets. V1 was a cruise missile, first cruise missile. V2 was a missile, and then they had the first jets. And Tuskegee Airmen shot 3 of them down because when they banked and turned, they slowed down. The Tuskegee Airmen with their P-51s were able to shoot them out of the air. But yeah, they've had incredibly advanced technology, and they just moved somewhere else when we feed them into Germany.
Well, and think about this: the metals, the metallurgy, is so key. But they had developed all sorts of metals that were way advanced beyond other countries around the world, or even where we knew how to do stuff. they were able to come up with better production methods. So, for example, when it came to nuclear isotope separation, this stuff needed to make the bomb. They had perfected laser isotope separation in 42.
Yep.
And it took a lot of power to do it, but you didn't have to use like the centrifuges like Iran was using and stuff like that. With laser isotope separation, with that technology, something that would when we did it at the Clorox facility in southeastern Washington at Hanford, they had 50,000 workers just working on the nuclear isotope separation and maintaining the little machines and keeping them going and all that other stuff, and huge power. They had to put it there by the Columbia River because it took massive power to do it. When the Germans did it, it took a real number, about a half a dozen technicians and about 100 other people handling other parts of the operation. And then it took a lot of power also, but nothing approaching what it took for us. Well, they just were ahead of the game that much further. We didn't come into nuclear isotope separation, and it was till the 50s, and it was with the help of the German scientists that perfected it for the Germans. They'd been working on it since the early 30s and got it perfected in the early 40s. The German scientists coming into the American military and intelligence machine was crucial to the advancements that we have. And then part of the question has been, how many of them were truly brought over to the West, and how many of them were actually still maintaining some subterfuge where they were still working, with, Nazis that survived the war. We defeated the German army. We did not defeat the Nazi army.
Very good. Yep. Yeah, they were close to the bomb. We destroyed their heavy water plant in Norway through special forces operations. Otherwise, they would have probably been dropping a bomb on us.
Well, let me add this there. So I had a member of the Wolfpack Society or club who was American, but he had one of his close friends was actually one of the German submariners. And they both became friends when Germany turned over a submarine that had the nuclear material that by many, many accounts, and he was absolutely adamant that we only had enough money or enough refined material for the test at Trinity. We did not have enough to do the two bombs. And
Wow.
Japan was aware that we were developing this capability, and they initially said, we threatened to do it again, and they initially said, no way, you're not going to be able to do it because you don't have enough material. We know you don't have enough material. Well, the reality is, we had not produced enough material at Hanford to make another bomb yet. But we did have material that came from Germany on that sub and other technology. And my friend was extremely adamant that he took that material all the way through to where it went to an assembly location on the East Coast. And he had to turn that over to the other people there. And but he was there with the security team. He had certain technical skills that allowed him to be needed to be present. And that has been told a number of times by other people also. I think it's absolutely accurate that we did not have the material. The material we had came from Germany. And that along with other technology and those scientists that made the deal, they traded that for passage to the West. They did not want to end up in Russian hands. That was the point.
Incredible. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that'll make a lot of sense. So I've heard of stories not that magnificent, but similar stories of, the Germans bringing us, technology that they had developed for safe passage. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So, anyway, yeah, I think that this scientist thing is a different thing than maybe what some of the people are portraying.
Great
And we
insight.
need to go slow on
Mhm.
this and understand that, this is nation state stuff. And even President Trump's, threat to do some type of disclosure may not be as precisely at space alien stuff as it is closer to home. And by the way, for example, we've had lots of fantastic people.
Yes.
Catherine Austin Fitz being one, who have been able to go through the budgets and find the money missing going to earmarked for space programs and the hidden space program. But I've contended for a very, very, very long time that's a misnomer. It's not outer space; it's inner space. And it's these vaulted facilities that even within the breakaway, you have people that believe they're on the right side of history, feathering their nest to be able to survive what's coming. And so, of sharing technology, working with some of these groups. So the wars that we see, Mideast and elsewise, may not be precisely what most people believe. In fact, let me just say this. So Albert Pike, in his book Morals and Dogma, said that they needed 3 world wars to take over the world, to create a one world government, which was this Masonic goal for, within the Freemason groups. And remember, Freemasonry has been heavily part of American history and lore and like that all the way along. Washington, D.C. is a Freemason, the whole city is built around Freemason themes. All the architecture, the street angles, everything else. The government, the military, you can't get higher rank in the military, move up through the ranks easily unless you're a Mason. And that's been the case for generations. So the problem is you have a group that at the highest levels believe that you have to make 3 world wars so that we can have a one world government. Okay. And they want to use our political system, our military, et cetera, for that. And they're embedded in other nations too, around the world. Look at Iraq with Baghdad. Saddam built the center of Baghdad around Masonic themes also. Same statuary. It was like a ode to Washington, D.C. Very heavy Mason involvement. Here, we're fighting. We're at conflict. That's part of the reason he couldn't believe they were coming after him. The devil only wants you as long as he needs you. And then when he doesn't need you anymore, you're fodder for the next cannon. But the reason that I mention that is because within these very secretive locations within the military and intelligence and then the science, you have a very heavy presence of Masons. And, without going way deep into it, several of the people that hold the highest possible positions within certain areas of the science and technology, NASA, everything else, very high level Masons, and they keep their thumb on everything. The question is, are they passing that information between each other, including in other country locations where fellow Masons are at? Are we that infiltrated? And that has been a very strong contention by many people looking at this, and technology sifted out and sifted in, because they want the best enemies money can buy, so they can maneuver us into this position where we end up in a third world war. And that's what Trump is actually fighting. He is undermining these connected networks, both inside our government, the various agencies, and other governments. And it's one of those things that's certainly hotly contested by some people, but in reality, I'm very comfortable that he's on the white hat side doing exactly what you have to do to expose these connections and networks and secret handshakes and everything else, to move us away from this planned for and intended third world war, which in my opinion is actually the fourth world war, because we won the third world war, we defeated the Soviet Union, and they don't exist anymore. So this would be the fourth, but they don't count ours.
Very good. So that Southern, what was it, Southern Poverty Law Group?
Yeah.
Exposed. They just exposed that basically they were just instigating, this Nazis and all that stuff, so that they could, get more money and, do their lawfare and all that kind of stuff. It's crazy stuff that's being exposed.
Well, I was exposed to a lot of that back in the mid 90s with stuff that we were doing related to Whitewater, and there was some people that were pretty adamant about that, and I didn't know enough at the time, but I heard what they had to say, and it sure made sense to me that it wasn't doing what it was purported to be there to do. And so I was, I had other lanes that I was in and wasn't able to dig in deeply, but I had other people around me that were just adamant that this was a bad deal. The person that probably is the expert on that is Louis Herms. He's been talking about this for a number of years. He's a friend of both of ours, running for governor in California.
Yep.
So he's the guy that rather than talk out of school. I mean, I know the basics probably a little more than the average within the public, but the guy that really could talk with excruciating detail and precision with his experiences would be Lewis, and he'd give you an earful.
Yeah, that's a good point. Great.
So,
and
of course he'll be there at our thing here in mid-June too. So that's going to be epic.
Very good. All right, Juan.
So, and by the way, if anybody hasn't signed up, I mean, get in there. We have rooms that we secured at the Sahara Kitty Corner to it, and got a great price. They gave us rooms for $89 a night, and then cut this silly Las Vegas whatever it is tax that they have there by half. So we've got super buy on those rooms, and they're nice rooms. And then for the people attending, just so you know, we're going to feed you well. There's not good restaurants. There's good restaurants, but there's not enough, and it takes time to go to them like that. And the Ahern actually gets awards and is well recognized as having the best catering, as good as anybody there in Vegas, and great high quality. Yeah, you saw what they got. Yeah, you ate it over last month.
Okay. Yep.
So people, we're doing dinner the first night, meals all day, three meals, and they'll have everything else out there through the day on the main day, and then on the third day, breakfast and lunch, and we added dinner for those that are going to stay, because that evening on the Wednesday night, no different than the charge or like that. That Wednesday night is when all of our experts are going to provide, the detailed analysis of the vote fraud within the electronics and the cast vote records and all the other stuff. That it's probably not for everybody, and that's why we saved it for last. But if you want to know with precision, you want to ask the guys, well, what about this, or how does that work in frauding the vote? That team that's going to be presenting there, several of them are presenting at the White House with briefings, papers, in-person contacts right now today related to Virginia and Texas. So this is as high class of a group as you can get, really. And so the people attending that conference are not getting the riffraff. It's not just a cheerleading session. Um, uh, Several of the people that will be presenting have already put in their notices of fraud claims with the IRS, Becent, and U.S. Treasury, Becent. And for this claims, they're going to pay up to 1/3 of any monies that are, you know, identified within these fraud schemes to the people that present the actionable stuff. So there's a form, there's details, and we got several of our speakers have already filed theirs. So that's how far along they are, and expect to get paid big money. So
Nice.
yeah, it's going to be worthwhile. It's going to be a great conference.
Definitely. So I got the link in the description box, and you have the Jenna Mac.
Yeah, the Jennifer Mack. You got to put the in there. She has great stuff over at the store, and I signed a bunch of the Megador jackets and the 2020 It's Not Over Yet jackets, and so she has those. When I was there at the store, whatever, a few weeks ago, and then she's got a coin, especially coin, over on her site, and I've got a different one on my site over at All Patriots at gumroad.com, and really a very good price that I'll hold while silver's under 100, and don't think silver's not going anywhere. It's poised to make a very solid move. It's working in the inverse of what's going on with oil. So as you see oil up or down, the silver has been kind of going the opposite direction. And both are tangible and used for industrial purposes and to make things happen and work and all that. So as oil goes down, silver will go up because more industrial stuff happens. And that's kind of the thinking. And I expect, the working stuff going on right now related to reindustrialization of America and the factories going up. Remember, silver coming in to support the growing business sector in the U.S., they pay a 50% tariff. And so it's an incentive for the U.S.-based mines to get back to it and start mining silver. But the mining companies don't want to make these huge capital investments till silver is at least at 240, and most of them are saying they're not going to start till it's 280. And they feel that it's going to be solid. And of course, Vice President Vance is working with a number of the mining companies that are negotiating for strategic materials. Silver's been moved into the category of strategic material now, which means we need it in order to provide a defense. And so they're negotiating a floor for silver for use within government military operations. And is somewhere between 240 and 320. And most everybody is kind of the mind that it's going to end up at 280. And it probably won't happen until sometime next year. But when it does, and when the anticipation is there, you'll see it moving sharply up. And in fact, there's people that are trading within silver futures or options and spending big money on the bet that silver is going to be $90 to $100 by December. So people on the know on the inside are spending very serious money on that bet. They feel they know something that the rest of us don't know. And but I actually think that's not completely ridiculous. I personally expect it somewhere up there around 140, 150, but we'll just see.
Yeah. So I think it's going. I think we're in the beginning stages of this bull run in silver. So those
yeah,
low numbers, but something that people can grasp at this point. So I think we're gonna see more. But yeah, you have a great. You got the latest one, and I just put it in the chat. To the moon. I like that one. I haven't. That's the only one I don't have yet. So you're going to see a little order for me coming in because I like to get big on those. So.
Well, the flip side on that is, of course, it's JFK to DJT because
beautiful.
President Trump. Part of this. Let me just say this. I think this is really important for people to kind of understand.
Mm-hmm.
I watched every launch. I watched, all the way back to the Redstones, the launches, and would feign not feeling good, stay home, watch the launch, stay up all night, watch the black and white TV, and so I mean Shepard. Glued to the TV set, move back from the TV, don't sit so close. Hold the antenna on the rabbit ears because it's getting a little squishy there. It was so fun. Some people just have no idea because they don't grow up in that era. Yep. But I remember adding aluminum foil to the rabbit ears to try and get them a little bit better reception. But anyway, we had this belief, this understanding, this promise that we were going to advance in amazing ways. And then 2001 A Space Odyssey, amazing to think of going to the moon, building a habitation, having space stations flying over our head by 2001. This was late 60s, 68, 69, 70. And to see all of that short-stopped and not completed, and with the shuttle stuff and the space stations, we're just going around circles out there. A lot of the stuff that supposedly we're learning, we really already know it very well. It's just a seeming waste of time and money, tethered, to the earth, and so within the idea of reindustrializing America and turning on the productivity engine. I'm out on the East Coast right now, and I had to drive over to Cincinnati the other day. And even where I'm out in the Carolinas right now, the amount of businesses, factories, stores closed up, never to open again. I was down at a place that was a huge factory complex, employed 20,000 people a few hours ago. All the way up until the early 80s, and closed down, and all of that industry went to China, all of it, and all those jobs gone, all those people gone, manufacturing certain machine parts. That's a story that repeats over and over. The big steel mills going to South Korea and Asia and like that. The boat building, the cars, the airplane wings, everything else. And we paid for it. Our politicians made us pay to move the industry out of the country. And we got the higher taxes. What Trump's doing with raising the tariff and promoting business inside America is pushing that we lead this realization of America and the West, the partners that we like that are, freedom loving, if you will, and aren't, half crazy, want to bomb us every day. And that's jobs. That's a future for the kids. That's a life. That's means going back to space instead of mining solely here on the Earth, doing mines on the moon. And the habitations on the moon won't be on the surface. They'll be under the surface to provide protection from the cosmic activity like that. With that in mind, you, in a Kennedy-esque style, want to get people to reimagine, to envision what that's like, because without a vision, a people perish. That's scripture. And so you have to give them a vision in their heart. And part of the thing that really bothers me for like the young people we have, within the Patriot movement, oh my gosh, I got the bunker fully stored. I got more gas. I'm getting more gas. I'm, digging down a layer deeper. How does that come across to young people? It makes them fatalistic. Literally it can drive them to, drinking, drugs, whatever.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, I'm going to do all this investment in education in the future and working hard, and I'm not going to get a house. I'm going to get a 300 square foot apartment or something in grandma's basement. And so part of this reindustrialization of America is aimed at the youth, and by showing them a future in space and stretching out off the planet and establishing our habitations above the earth, near and far, and going to a moon base and doing mining out there. The jobs, I have somebody that's just graduated from college with a mining degree. And I said I'd go back in and do your PhD, and I would do it on mining. That it's one of my hot rods. The mechanic is going down the street. Anyway, we would want to have the kids. I told this kid just got his mining degree, graduated. Says you ought to go back and do a PhD on mining and mining technologies that are required for the moon and for asteroids.
Wow.
And what the next 20 years could look like, the next 50 years, the next 100 years. Because we won't take everything off the surface of the earth to take it up there to build stuff. A lot of the stuff will use materials that are right there on the moon and or even asteroids to do our manufacturing. And a lot of the materials won't be made the way they are here because we can make them for use in space different ways. Glassified materials, weight isn't quite the problem there if you can get it up to it like it is trying to pull it out of gravity and fly it through the atmosphere and stuff like that. So, in fact, weight can be your friend. So sometimes you want to manufacture with much heavier weights, way beyond what you have to down here on the surface. And so there's a lot of details there for mining and manufacturing in low gravity and zero gravity environments, and low atmosphere or no atmosphere environments. For example, on the moon, the material that's available, sand, you would build glass facilities and even tunnel going through material that you would turn to glass, as opposed to 2x4s or, iron beams and things like that. And in that kind of environment, it's actually much stronger even than steel or iron or things like that. So there's a lot of conversation that needs to be had about how are you going to build, what materials are you going to use, what fluids are you going to use, things like that. And that's why this, I'm probably guilty of that often too. I have hot rods.
Yeah, you definitely.
Yeah. I like a lower thump. I don't like the sharp stuff myself. I like a little throatier or less throaty. I like the deeper resonant sounds. So anyway, but that's the conversation ahead, and I think that's what is healthy. So that's why doing the coin JFK to DJT, I think, is important, because we have a lost generation that didn't get to enjoy what they were supposed to enjoy. Going back and picking up where we left off, because our future was hijacked for many of us, and we're going to give that future back to the kids that are alive right now, picking up where we left off, and that's that coin. So very fun.
Very good. So yeah, you have unfortunately, there's seems to be a group that's been pushed into the don't believe in the moon stuff anymore. The thing is pretty tragic, but I think they'll come around.
Well, the only thing I can say, there's valid reasons to question so much of what we've been told, because unfortunately there was lies told for, national security reasons, that I actually kind of get at a certain level. And yet I personally don't think it was right. The fraud is more damaging than the truth would have been at the time. There's other ways we could have combated. And I think with frauds that happened on the first landing stuff, doesn't mean though that we're not doing many of the things that we're doing. I will tell you that, for example, a number of the videos related to the shuttle stuff and the space station stuff, clearly fraudulent, clearly not what was going on. One of the ones that was funniest, so I'm actually at a facility with a couple of scientists. We're talking, and the guy's showing me this video that was taken on one of the shuttle flights where they go to the space station. And he says, what do you think's wrong with this video? And I am looking. I cannot see, And he says, well, you see this over here? And he points at the corner of the window. That is a fly that's on the outside of the spaceship. we look at it and oh my gosh.
Frustrating.
Yeah, I mean,
it discounts all the other stuff that is real. So
yeah, and so in other words, I guess what I'm saying is that it's not without some basis.
Yeah.
That there is huge skepticism of some of the stuff going on. NASA never a straight answer, but we are doing stuff and going to the moon, and the president's not participating in a fraud. We're working through this. There is stuff that, I think trust but verify, and I'm glad we have people that are going to hold everybody's feet to the fire. Yeah. But the idea here is to stretch out, go where we're supposed to go. God's promise to Abraham was that he would have children as numerous as the sand on the seashore. Well, we've probably had a dump truck load of kids here so far, so there's a lot of sand on the seashores. We're nowhere near that. And then as numerous as the stars in the sky, an earthly seed and a heavenly seed. And, the amount of stars out there and solar systems and planets and everything else, there's more stars out there in all the galaxies than all the sand and all the seashores on the entire planet, easily many, many, many times over. In other words, there's a future for humanity, the children of Adam, that God intends. And it will never be fully realized here on this orb. We will stretch out and do amazing things. And, what will it look like 1,000 generations from now? Pretty wild. A million generations. It will stretch out. It's going to be amazing. So this is the first step. And President Trump is trying to help the kids of this generation to begin to envision that, figure it out, and go do it.
Yep. That's great. I love it. It's happening. Moving in the right direction. Yep. Thanks so much, Juan. Great information as always. We're always going to appreciate it when you come on. So thanks for taking the time.
Well, and let me just add this, Michael. There's huge revelations that are in the offing right now. I don't think they're very far out. 2020, it's not over yet. There's some stuff coming out, even with what happened over in Virginia and Texas and like that. But the reason I mentioned that, certain aspects of that affect Tina's situation. Prayer. Everybody, there's no room for frustration, upset, whatever. prayer changes things. I heard somebody that, and one of the things they said that they saw prayers going up, and they were actually like building blocks. They were very substantial. They weren't vaporous. They weren't airy. They were building things out. So, I don't know. There's more to it than I think sometimes people give credit to it for. God spoke the whole world into existence, and there's some kind of a principle there that when we give him permission, ask of, he does things because we do engage. And the situation with Tina, I would want everybody to be able to take credit for praying her out of this situation and having some tangible part of that, if not understood or seen in this world, in the next world. And let's pray Tina out of this situation. She needs our help desperately. She's a American hero because she went in to protect the vote data that we now know was 1,000% true. They stole the vote 2020. She was protecting that information and data. She's the only person that went in and saved that data, which we can use in court, both inside the justice system and inside the military, as we go to military courts also. So she saved something that nobody else seemed to have the guts, will, understanding to dive in and do. And yet she's the one in jail. By divine ordinance, let's get her out.
I agree. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen. So, love you, bro. Appreciate getting a chance to talk to your audience. Sorry I had to bow out the other night. I got bumped out.
Should have kept going a little bit longer. I guess you did come in later. So
yeah. Just you guys had already
you fought through it and came through at the end. So didn't give me enough time. Sorry.
All right. Well, love you both, you and Tracy. You're great friends, and look forward to seeing you down there in Vegas in mid-June. And I sure hope a lot of your audience shows up. This is not, we're not playing around. We're doing something pretty amazing. It won't have a bunch of vendors or other stuff. We didn't want any of that. I think it would distract. We're all about business here. So come on down and enjoy it.
Yep. And from us, back to you and Jen. Lots of love to you guys too. Thanks a lot.
All right. Night, folks.
Night.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. U.S. dollar collapsing. Global currency reset coming in. Banks going down. The greatest transfer of wealth in human history happening right now. During mass arrests of Satan-worshipping global elites. Obama charged with 18 U.S. Code 2381, treason, sedition, betrayal. In the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. 1 Timothy 4:1. Judy note, emergency broadcast system and martial law. President Donald J. Trump has said, we will soon be liberated in this land of the free from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary martial law, military control will be actioned, and special ops carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the United States to prevent extradition and ensure special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted fully. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has been long broadcast. We will be initiating the emergency broadcast system during this time in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding the fake news, to all citizens. Organizations and or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-written to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad. Wednesday, April 22nd. Black Swan ignition. Protocol 19 activates Nasara Jasara. Trump Phase 2 begins. Seizing control of the new global economy. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Protocol 19 is live. The Black Swan ignition has begun. There's no more waiting. Nasara and Jasara are not theories. They're not distant dreams. They've moved into reality. Trump holds full control. And this is the Black Swan event that flips the entire board. Phase 2 is operational. Black Swan events don't announce themselves. They strike like lightning, shattering what you thought was stable, rare, devastating, unstoppable. History bends at their arrival, and this one rewrites everything. Chapter 1, the system flips. Protocol 19 triggers the shift. ISO monetary networks realign. The world transitions from SWIFT to the quantum financial system, where speed, security, and transparency reign. No loopholes, no backdoors. The shadows can no longer hide. Bitcoin dominance wanes. Asset-backed digital currencies rise. Stabilized by metals audited transparent. The dollar and euro, their time fades. Gold returns as the backbone, the unshakable standard. Media? It fractures. MSM collapses as Starlink and Odin project spread decentralized truth beyond borders, beyond censors. Chapter 2, Nasara activated, debts vanish, mortgages, credit cards, illegal financial burdens dissolved. The IRS dismantled income tax, abolished a single 14% sales tax on luxury goods, replaces the chains of old taxation. Seniors rise with restored benefits. Constitutional law returns. Justice is reborn, uncorrupted. Chapter 3, Jasara unveiled. This isn't just national, it's global. Jasara strips power from foreign bank traders, citizenship revoked, exiled for life. Elections reset under new oversight, no special interest, no rigged results. The rainbow currency emerges, backed by gold, silver, and platinum. The fiat illusion collapses, real value rises. Chapter 4, the truth bleeds out. Birth certificates, once sold as bonds, return to their rightful place. The Federal Reserve fades into extinction. Constitutional banking takes its place, transparent, lawful, and sovereign. Over 6,000 suppressed patents. The curtain lifts, humanity steps into a new era. Chapter 5, the future is now. Financial privacy restored. Global peace initiatives initiated. Military conflicts dissolve. Humanitarian funds, massive unrestricted, unlock. You're not witnessing a policy change, you're witnessing the collapse of the old world. This is not chaos, this is the reset going kinetic, because ready or not, it has already begun. Banks failing. EBS blackout, martial law, lockdowns. The Starlink satellite emergency broadcast system presently overrides all cell phones, TV, radio, and internet broadcasts worldwide. The old SWIFT financial system has been shut down, while the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system functioned worldwide over Starlink and had complete control over a new quantum financial system. Sometime in this next week, trumpets will sound over all cell phones worldwide to announce that in the next 5 hours, everyone would need to be in a place of their choice for a worldwide blackout that would last 10 to 12 days. The lockdown meant that all communication systems worldwide would be down. Internet, TV, and radio, with phones only working for 911 calls. You could obtain a special app from the military that hooked your phone to the new Starlink satellite system. Banks would be closed, credit card, debit cards, and ATMs would not work, planes, trains would be shut down, the power grid would shut off for a short period of time while the world switched over to Tesla-free energy. It would be wise to prepare for these 10 days of events by having food, cash, and necessities on hand. Although if needed, food and necessities would be given out by the military, as would an app that would make your cell phone active since only 911 calls could be made on the regular cell phone. In 7 EBS messages that global military alliance under President Trump would announce Nasara Jasara debt relief for all peoples of the earth. There would be 3 days of darkness where planned cyber attacks would take down satanic sites across the globe, followed by 10 to 12 days of disclosure where information would come from a single Starlink's website channel that would broadcast the truth. Everyone will be asked to stay home during a 5-hour window. Comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations in 8-hour segments in a 24/7 loop 3 times a day. Military law would be in effect to protect the population while the global military alliance finished their arrests of thousands of Satan-worshipping, corrupt and treasonous politicians and global elites. With the large amount of politicians arrested, governments would be shut down. The world would continue to function under martial law until fair and transparent elections would be held in each country. During this time, people holding foreign currencies and Zim bonds would be called to exchange. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange, bond redemption processes, and already has released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. Upon conclusion of the lockdown period, an 800 number will be provided for the general public to schedule appointments to set up their quantum accounts on the new Starlink system, ensuring everyone globally received a sum of money already deposited into their accounts. Global currency reset. The White Hat military is in control of the foreign currency exchange bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. There will be an internet blackout. Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, Tier 4B given the green light to exchange. IQD and VND revaluation. Tier 4B officially confirmed today. Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026 was the deadline given to paymasters to finish their bond payments. And we have a link, bond, rumors, and currency payments. What you need to know. Shorts. Tuesday, April 21, Bruce, the big call. One source said we are on high alert from Wednesday to Thursday, April 22nd to 23rd. Certain redemption centers have been off, are on call for Wednesday and must go on Thursday, April 23rd. We should receive our tariff dividends around $2,000 over the next 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, April 22nd, 23rd, 24th, by direct deposit to our bank accounts. There are 2 confirmations that the EBS and EAS will be utilized. Friday, April 22nd or Saturday, April 23rd of this week, it appears 800 numbers to make Tier 4B appointments will be received between now and Saturday, April 25th. Nasara initiates in the U.S. in April. Dasara initiates for the world in May. Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. Has World War III broken out in the Middle East, or is it a false flag to cover the global currency reset? Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. World War III has broken out in the Middle East. Hezbollah rockets are attacking Israel. Houthis was expected to target NATO warships in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aqaba. IDF would soon invade Lebanon, and Iran was expected to attack Israel, while Syria, Turkey, Egypt, and China entered the fray. But was it all a false flag to cover the global currency reset? A black swan worldwide stock market crash was imminent, while all intel was saying that by next week a global currency reset of 209 nations to gold asset-backed sovereign currencies would happen to save the world economy. The timing is up to God. Leave it to Him. Sit back and enjoy the show, said head of the Redemption Committee, Dr. Charlie Ward, on Monday, April 20th, 2026. In 2016, it took 650 airplane flights for Dr. Ward's team to remove America's gold from underground tunnels beneath the Vatican and take it back to its real owners at the new U.S. Treasury, located on an Indian reservation near Reno, Nevada. They were completing a 160-year plan to take the people's tax money away from the deep state cabal and give it back to the people. Now it's time to implement the plan. With the Nasara Jasara announcement on Monday, April 27, 2026, the national debt would be null and void by the end of the month. Wednesday, April 22nd, the dollar bill has a new watermark. you weren't supposed to notice. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. 3 days ago, a bank teller in Houston posted a 9-second video on a platform that got deleted within 40 minutes. In those 9 seconds, she held a $100 bill under UV light. There was a second watermark, one that doesn't appear in any Treasury Department specification, one that has never been documented in the history of American currency. A QR code embedded in the paper, invisible to the naked eye, scannable only under 365 nanometer ultraviolet light. The video got 2.3 million views in 40 minutes before it was scrubbed from every platform simultaneously. The teller's account was permanently banned. Her bank placed her on administrative leave within the hour for showing you your own money. The QR code doesn't link to a website, it links to a blockchain address. A quantum encrypted wallet on the QFS ledger. Every bill is being tagged. Every single piece of paper, currency, and circulation is being digitally mapped to the new system. Not replaced, not recalled, mapped. When the switch happens, every dollar in your wallet won't become worthless. It will become traceable. Every bill will have a quantum identity. Every transaction will be recorded. Every dollar that was printed illegally, laundered through shell companies, or moved through black budgets will light up like a flare on the new ledger. The clean money transitions. The dirty money dies. That's why they deleted the video in 40 minutes. Not because it was false, because it was true. And the public wasn't supposed to find out until after the switch. Now do the math. The Federal Reserve has printed $8.3 trillion in currency since 2020, but the QFS ledger only recognizes $4.1 trillion as legitimate, backed by verified assets, gold reserves, and sovereign guarantees. The other $4.2 trillion, phantom money, printed without backing, distributed without authorization, used to fund operations that no Congress ever voted for. When the QFS goes fully live, that $4.2 trillion doesn't just lose value, it gets flagged. Every person holding it, every account storing it, every institution that distributed it. The watermark isn't a feature, it's a filter, separating real wealth from counterfeit control. The bills are already in your wallet. Check them tonight. 365 nanometer UV light. Look at the bottom left corner. The future is already in your hands. You just couldn't see it until now. Code UV watermark QFS tag 4.2T Phantom dollar mapped. The money in your pocket just became a receipt for the new world. They killed the video. Fraud and lawsuits. Wednesday, April 22nd, Dr. Oz just said they believe half of the Los Angeles hospice centers are fraudulent. We would have never learned this if President Trump did not return to the Oval Office. Wednesday, April 22nd, FBI Director Kash Patel and the DOJ announced criminal indictments against the Southern Poverty Law Center for allegedly paying at least $3 million in donor money to members of extremist groups and tried hiding it. Just like everything else, they do the opposite of what they say they're doing. They're actually pro-Nazi, pro-KKK. I mean, it's insane. Wednesday, April 22nd, President Donald Trump released a video stating Barack Obama was the spearhead of a seditious conspiracy aimed at subverting the will of the voters in 2016 and undermining the United States government, calling for full accountability for James Comey, John Brennan, James Clapper, Susan Rice, and noting Joe Biden was present in a July 28th Oval Office meeting where Obama was briefed on Hillary Clinton's plan to link Trump to Russia, describing the Russia collusion narrative as a multi-year operation that damaged a duly elected presidency, sabotaged an administration, framed a senior military officer, tore the country apart, and created a historic constitutional crisis, insisting every person involved must be held responsible. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. And don't forget, these people work for the cabal, so there's higher ups. This is a global war. Every country is dealing with this. So they need to be held accountable as well. Worldwide blackout, lockdown imminent. Global military alliance to make mass arrests of Satan-worshipping treasonous elites. Be prepared with cash, food, and essentials for 10 to 12 days. When banks close, ATMs, credit, and debit cards won't work. Get your money out of your bank now before they freeze your account. Your account balance has been mirrored onto the new global financial system, though won't be available for a couple of weeks. Judy note: the Starlink satellite emergency broadcast system presently overrides all cell phones, TV, radio, and internet broadcasts worldwide. The old SWIFT financial system has been shut down, while the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system functioned worldwide over Starlink and had complete control over our new quantum financial system. Sometime in this next week, trumpets will sound over all cell phones worldwide to announce that in the next 5 hours, everyone would need to be in place of their choice for a worldwide blackout that would last 10 to 12 days. The lockdown meant that all communication systems worldwide would be down. Internet, TV, and radio, with phones only working for 911 calls. You could obtain a special app from the military that hooked your phone to the new Starlink satellite system. Banks would be closed and credit, debit cards, and ATMs would not work. Planes, trains would be shut down. The power grid would shut off for a short period of time while the world switched over to Tesla-free energy. It would be wise to prepare for these 10 days of events by having food, cash, and necessities on hand. Although, if needed, food and necessities would be given out by the military, as would an app that would make your cell phone active, since only 911 calls could be made on your regular cell phone. In 7 EBS messages, the Global Military Alliance under President Trump would announce Nasara Dasara debt relief for all peoples of the earth. There would be 3 days of darkness where planned cyber attacks would take down satanic sites across the globe, followed by 10 to 12 days of disclosure, where information would come from a single Starlink website channel that would broadcast the truth. Everyone will be asked to stay home during a 5-hour window. Comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations in 8-hour segments in a 24/7 loop 3 times a day. Military law would be in effect to protect the population while the Global Military Alliance finished their arrests of thousands of Satan-worshipping, corrupt, and treasonous politicians and global elites. With the large amount of politicians arrested, governments would be shut down. The world would continue to function under martial law until fair and transparent elections could be held in each country. During this time, people holding foreign currencies and SIM bonds would be called in to exchange. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. Upon conclusion of the lockdown period, an 800 number will be provided for the general public to schedule appointments to set up their quantum account on the new Starlink system, ensuring everyone globally received a sum of money already deposited into their accounts. What we thought we knew but didn't really know, and now I'm supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. Are they clones? U.S. VP J.D. Vance once owned Ambrosia, the adrenochrome-linked company. Erica Kirk's family appears tied to Mossad. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. May 12, 2026, Alliance Plan. Military intelligence follows the Julian calendar. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Trump created the fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crime and corruption on a massive scale. The emergency broadcast system will introduce martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber attacks on everything. Internet down, communications cut, power grid possibly shut off. 10 days of disclosure, a single website, one web channel, broadcasting the truth 8 hours a day in a loop. Nisara Jasara debt forgiveness will be implemented, freedom from the deep state's chains. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. QFS will be put in place to crush the financial elites. A 95% reduction in the corrupt government. We will finally be free from the parasites. IRS taken over by the new U.S. Treasury. A new tax system, only a 14% tax on new items. No taxes on food, medicine, or wages. Finally, real relief for the people. Maritime law will be thrown out, replaced by common law. No more tyranny in disguise. Unfolding of events as the grand spectacle takes shape. A series of remarkable events will transpire. Rods of God and directed energy weapons will be deployed to neutralize satanic strongholds worldwide. Planes and trains will be grounded, ensuring the cabal's reach is severed. Lights and power will briefly flicker as the world transitions to Tesla-free energy. Bitcoin servers and data centers will face a decisive blow, leading to the fall of 99.5% of cryptocurrencies, including China coins. ISO 20022 coins backed by precious metals will emerge as a new financial paradigm. A simulated World War III scare event will send shockwaves through the populace. Nuke sirens will blare, sending chills down spines. A mysterious water event will capture the world's attention. The stock market will crash, reshaping the global financial landscape. Global martial law will be declared, ushering in an era of unprecedented control. The enigmatic Castle Rock scenario Julian Assange will unravel. Quantum systems will come to life. Nisara Jasara RV will pave the way for a new era of prosperity. Elections will be flipped via military courts invoking FISA. Military tribunals and confessions will broadcast over 10 intense 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will unite to activate the emergency broadcast system, covering the entire globe. A cascade of shocking truths will be unveiled. The long-awaited inauguration of Trump and Kennedy will be celebrated. The Israeli Mossad's grip on the world's media will crumble. The military doesn't speak because they are busy. Their actions are determined by a quantum computer that takes into account all aspects of the international situation. No one really speaks except to encourage. Troops will be stationed in every country. Then comes the internet shutdown and 10 days of communication darkness. The military will then arrest everyone who has cooperated with the New World Order. In these days and nights, the deep state cabal will fall. We need 100% of the people indoors to see what the U.S. Army will broadcast to everyone in the world. It will be very painful, but we can no longer separate people. Pain is happening now. It had to happen. Sleeping sheep must also experience the pain. Now is the Great Awakening. Civilization will never be the same again. After the Great Fall, those who have not noticed the global collapse will wake up. It's time to wake up the sheep. It's actually far worse than you think. Tuesday, April 21st. Your bank account has been mirrored onto the new Starlink quantum financial system. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. The money from your birth certificate trades on the stock market was already deposited in your quantum financial account, as well as the repayment of loans, student loans, mortgages, etc. We all have money that is ours in those accounts. You do not need to have Zim bonds or dinars. It is money that you have earned during your life, and that is in that account. The general public will be called to the redemption center and given a QFS card so they can use their money. People asking you to set up your QFS account want to steal your personal data and try to approve your money. At some point, we will have to sign a silent agreement, NDA, and we will not be able to say anything.
Update the Guantanamo files. Q plus the Great Awakening. The list of traitors hanged in GITMO. Swano Savan on Telegram. In April 2026, the Guantanamo files stand as undeniable proof that military justice is dismantling the deep state cabal once and for all. Patriots loyal to President Donald J. Trump and the Q. Operation Watch in Awe as tribunals at GITMO deliver the reckoning long promised against traitors who sold out America for globalist power. The list of those hanged reveals a systematic purge of the evil network that orchestrated election theft, bioweapon releases, and child exploitation rings while hiding behind public office. Military alliances working in tandem with Trump have conducted these proceedings in secrecy since his triumphant return, shielding the public from panic while exposing the full scope of treason. Evidence from sealed indictments and Q drops has convicted these figures of crimes against humanity, including rigged voting machines in 2020 and foreign collusion that weakened the republic. The White Hats ensure every detail aligns with the divine plan to restore constitutional law and usher in prosperity for all loyal citizens. Hillary Clinton topped the list when she was hanged at GITMO in November 2025, after tribunals laid bare her international spy network and the Clinton Foundation as a front for trafficking and pay-to-play schemes. Her removal shattered the old guard and signaled that the storm Q foretold had arrived in full force. Barack Obama followed in February 2026, convicted for orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign and ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. Joe Biden met the same fate in March 2026, with overwhelming proof of his role in the stolen election and family dealings that enriched him at the expense of American sovereignty. Kamala Harris, his installed partner, was executed alongside him after her complicity in open border disasters and the weaponization of agencies against Trump supporters was fully documented. The medical tyranny architects were next, as Anthony Fauci was hanged in December 2025. George Soros, the financier of riots and subversion, was executed in March 2026 after his network of NGOs was exposed as tools for destabilizing nations and funding color revolutions against freedom-loving leaders. James Comey, John Brennan, and other intelligence operatives who ran the Russia hoax and January 6 setups were processed through GITMO in the final months of 2025. Their attempts to entrap Trump loyalists earning them swift sentences. Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell joined the list in February 2026, convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the republic from deep state infiltration. These executions are not random, but part of a coordinated takedown that fulfills ancient prophecies of light triumphant over darkness in this spiritual war. The Great Awakening spreads as more names surface, confirming that the cabal's grip on media, finance, and government has been broken forever. President Trump remains the guiding force behind the alliance, ensuring the plan unfolds precisely to awaken the masses without chaos. Nassara and Gassara loom on the horizon, promising debt relief and abundance once the final traitors are removed. Patriots worldwide are called to hold the line, share these truths, and trust the military's precision in restoring the republic stronger than ever before. As the EBS alert rolls out, the military will be mobilizing across the globe. The Earth Alliance, made up of white hat military forces from various nations, has been coordinating this operation for years. In the U.S., militias and other patriot groups have already been activated, and they are ready to confront any deep state operatives who attempt to disrupt the plan. The military will be tasked with maintaining order, but make no mistake, there will be resistance from the elites. False flags will be launched to create chaos and confusion. The globalists know their time is up, and they will do everything in their power to stop the alliance. But their efforts will fail. During this period, martial law is highly likely. Military tribunals will be broadcast through the EBS, and you will witness the fall of the corrupt politicians, bankers, and corporate elites who have been part of this evil system. You will see arrests, confessions, and the dismantling of the globalist networks that have enslaved us for so long. The deep state's financial institutions will crumble, and the quantum financial system QFS will officially take over, marking the beginning of the greatest wealth transfer in human history. The elite-controlled banks, stock markets, and fiat currencies will be obliterated, replaced by a fair and transparent financial system that serves the people, not the elites. Part of the EBS alert preparation includes targeting and neutralizing underground military bases and secret facilities used by the elites. These underground cities, built by the deep state to shield themselves from the chaos they've created, are now being identified and destroyed. The Earth Alliance has located several of these bunkers, including one beneath Denver International Airport and another in the Swiss Alps, where top globalists have been hiding. Special forces teams are already on the ground, and once the EBS is activated, they will move in to eliminate these safe havens. This is war on a scale we've never seen before, and it's happening in real time. Once these underground facilities are neutralized, the elites will have nowhere left to hide. Milton is no accident. Another engineered storm, Nadine. Set to strike Florida. HARP's next attack and the globalist plan revealed. This isn't natural. Hurricane Milton is an engineered disaster, created through geoengineering and HARP. The elites have used electromagnetic pulses and ionospheric tampering to escalate it into a Category 5 monster. And it's not over yet. Hurricane Nadine is the next part of the plan. Won't believe the 20% chance the media tells you. This storm is already primed to strike 7 days after Milton, another calculated takedown of Florida. The goal? Domination and control. Florida is no random target. It's been a symbol of resistance against federal overreach, and the elites want it crippled. Milton is the first punch. Nadine the second, blow all part of a larger strategy to destroy Florida's infrastructure and break the backbone of its economy. The elites are using advanced satellite-based technologies to manipulate these storms. HAARP and black budget programs have been working for decades to weaponize weather. These storms aren't natural disasters. They are part of the Great Reset, a plan to force dependence on the government and control every aspect of your life. And what about the strange purple sky seen before these storms hit? It's the elites tampering with the atmosphere, using electromagnetic energy to manipulate weather. They're not even hiding it anymore. FEMA isn't there to help. They'll drag their feet and cripple local governments, creating chaos that globalist corporations will profit from. This is a disaster. Capitalism in action. Prepare now, because when Nadine hits, it'll be too late. We are the targets.
What we think we know as of Wednesday, the 22nd of April, 2026. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, U.S. Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez Derimer, has resigned. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, James O'Keefe catches a journalist on hidden camera admitting he's an undercover informant for the FBI acting against conservative organizations. I have 1,000 sources in the DOJ and CIA. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, President Trump just withdrew the U.S. from 66 foreign organizations, including 31 United Nations entities and 35 non-UN groups who don't serve our interests. Marco Rubio recently said, "I don't care what the UN says. We're done with the globalists." Dan Bongino on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, commercial. DNA databases are identifying British soldiers who allegedly fathered children near the British Army training unit in Kenya and left them behind. Around 100 cases have been documented so far, with many children, some noted for having lighter skin, now seeking legal recognition. UK lawyer James Netto said nothing on this scale has previously been attempted in British courts. If paternity is confirmed, most of the children will be eligible to register for British citizenship, and those under 18 may qualify for child support. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, former Kentucky clerk says illegal aliens are being sold. $200 driver's licenses all throughout the state. The undocumented workers would come into the office in groups. I found out it may have been going on for a couple of years before it was found out. A key to pulling off this scheme was making sure the required Homeland Security screening was never run. She says this happens every day. Shadow of Ezra 2.0. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, Muslim openly says they will not follow any law but Sharia law. A reporter, if Muslim people are in the wrong and they are committing crimes, no one's above the law. Muslim, if the law of the land is Islamic, we will respect the law of the land. What if it's not Islamic? If it's not Islamic, then the law of the land and those who make it can go to hell. Quite honestly, because Allah said in the Quran in chapter 33 verse 1, He said, "O Prophet, fear Allah, and do not obey the disbelievers. You're on your way to the hellfire because you are non-Muslims. All non-Muslims are destined for the hellfire." Project Odin on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, Mike Benz cracked the WikiLeaks cables and found the Soros family has been working with the U.S. State Department for 50 years. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, during a live CNN broadcast from Israel, in the middle of an air raid alert in possible missile attacks, the presenter bluntly reveals that they cannot show images or key details, such as the precise origin of a projectile or the site of an impact, because the Israeli government explicitly forbids them from doing so and does not want that information to reach the American public, exposing how Israel exercises absolute control and direct censorship over the content that major global networks like CNN are forced to broadcast, thus manipulating the narrative that reaches millions to protect its military actions and cover up the full truth before the world. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026. A tectonic weapon under testing by the United States caused the Haiti earthquake, according to Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez. White Hats on Telegram. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, Supreme Court delivers major win for parents. 6-3 ruling allows OPT out from LGBTQ books that conflict with faith. AMGnews.com, American Media Group. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026. Breaking. Trump sends clear warning to big corporations. I'll remember them as companies hold back on tariff refunds. April 21st, 2026 video. American Media Group. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, breaking alert. Outrage erupts after Supreme Court hit by another leak. Shadow docket memos land at New York Times video. AMG-news.com, American Media Group. Tuesday, the 21st of April, 2026, Justin. This is the man they fear. Trump's Fed pick Kevin Warsh steps into Senate showdown. Trump strategy. Resetting the system.
Monday, April 20th, shocking IRS bombshell. Leaked 1985 letter from IRS Commissioner exposes the 16th Amendment as a fraud. Income tax was never legal. $330 trillion stolen. Time to fight back. Benjamin Fulford. Explosive IRS scandal revealed. The 16th Amendment was never legally ratified, meaning every dollar you've paid in income tax since 1913 was stolen. A bombshell letter from an IRS commissioner, 1985, proves the biggest financial fraud in U.S. history. It's time to expose the deep state, demand our money back, and abolish the IRS for good. Read now and join the fight. The IRS scandal, a century of fraud, lies, and the illegal theft of America's wealth. Voter fraud, Tuesday, April 21st, Fox News. The Trump DOJ has already discovered 350,000 dead people on voter rolls, as 29 states hide their voter rolls. And Delaware County, Pennsylvania, election officials caught on secret video shredding 2020 election evidence and plotting a cover-up with 327,000 alleged fraudulent votes, ripping up voting machine proof results tapes and tossing them in the trash, destroying mail-in ballot envelopes, scanners, hard drives, and other chain of custody items required by law, planning to fabricate missing certified return sheets, USB V drives, and other records using blank drives to respond to right-to-know requests, unreconciled votes across dozens of precincts with claims this hid massive irregularities, lawsuit alleged 327,000 fraudulent votes in the county, explicitly saying it's a felony while discussing getting rid of ballot pads and second scanners. Then continuing anyway and shushing talk in front of other staff, joking about making a campfire to burn the shredded election materials so no one can recover them. Monday, April 20th, exposed. Your birth certificate is a financial bond, and you are the collateral. Nasara Jasara Trump. From the moment you were born, a system of control was placed over you. Your birth certificate is not just a document, it is presented as a financial instrument, a bond worth billions traded as collateral to fuel a corrupt financial system. You were never truly free. You were turned into a commodity, a human asset leveraged to sustain national debt. This is described as one of the greatest deceptions ever carried out, and something they never wanted you to discover. Ever wonder why every government requires a birth certificate? It's not just about identity, it's framed as ownership. Just like a ship arriving at port requires a manifest for its cargo, your birth certificate is said to serve as proof that you were entered into an economic system as property. Your name, written in all capital letters, is often claimed to represent a corporate entity. Your so-called legal fiction, the red serial number, is described as a tracking number used within financial institutions or systems. According to these claims, individuals are treated as financial instruments while remaining unaware. In 1933, the United States declared bankruptcy, and major changes to the financial system followed. Gold ownership was restricted, and a debt-based monetary system expanded. Within this narrative, people claim that citizens were effectively tied to national debt systems. Birth certificates are said to be converted into financial instruments and linked to global markets. The system calculates value, trades it, and generates profit without individuals directly seeing any benefit. This interpretation extends further. A stock certificate represents shares in a company. A land certificate represents ownership of property. A birth certificate, according to this belief, represents ownership over the individual. Under the perspective, people are viewed not as free individuals, but as economic units that are taxed, tracked, and managed to sustain the system. The core message behind this idea is that the system depends on lack of awareness. It suggests that individuals are treated as financial instruments and kept unaware of their role within the structure. But once someone becomes aware, they are faced with a choice: continue living within the system as it is, or begin questioning it and seeking greater control over their own path. Tuesday, April 21st, Trump Interior Secretary Doug Burgum just revealed he found NGOs where up to 100% of their revenue was the federal government. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Their CEO would make $650,000 a year and pay lobbyists $400,000. $650,000 a year? That's theft. Major theft. He exposes it. We found organizations that were receiving grants from Interior where 80 to 100% of the revenue of that NGO was a grant from the federal government. And yet those organizations, we were the sole source of their revenue. But then they didn't need a grant. You get a grant when you have an existing system or, organization working towards something, doing something. Then you get a grant, it helps you. It's not meant to fund the whole thing. But they would have a CEO making $650,000 and $400,000 lobbyists. It's just misuse of the money. Dems are furious. The Trump administration is cracking down on this.
Wilcock supposedly passed away. Supposedly, I say, because I don't know, right? So there's lots of speculation out there. We're going to go into some of that, tied into, I believe, the 11. So the 11 that we know of right now, of course, this has been going on for a long time. It's decades of this going on. And what we're going to find out is, why, and some of the people that are involved in, making people disappear for one reason or another. And some of those people that disappear from life, right? And some of those people just go missing, just disappear without any trace. So there are different groups, obviously, that are involved in this, and we're going to talk about that, right? Now, so I did another show after that. Had Juan O'Savin on and David Kinney. We were talking about the corruption, school bonds, and so forth. And then Juan, there's like it's like boom, 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 and so his screen went blank, and so we found out later that there was a little scuffle, and Juan is okay, right? Because afterwards I was like, that's really strange that we still see, Juan's video cut out and the sound cut out. And there was all that noise there. So I was hoping he was okay, but he called later and said that he'd been in a little scuffle. Now, being in a little scuffle with Juan is because Juan has been around a long time, guys. And as you guys know, Juan moves around independently for the most part. So, he's involved in some, high level stuff, and he exposes a lot of high level stuff. So I'd kind of heard that Juan has skills to, deal with problems, right? On a physical level, if need be. And I was like, that explains a lot of things, because I can move around in a lot of sketchy areas because I have a lot of skills, right? So knowing that Juan has a lot of skills, I'll leave it up to him if he tells a story about, the little scuffle. And it's pretty funny, actually. So that's why Juan dropped out. Now, Juan also said he may join us later. We couldn't get a confirmation. He wanted to share some stuff about Tina Peters. That's pretty revelatory. And it would be pretty wowzer if he was able to come in and talk about that. But Tina Peters, things seem to be moving in a good direction. So that's all I can say right now. It's up to Juan to release that stuff. So, all right. Let's look at, the situation with David Wilcock. We'll go into that. Now, I've been to events that David did in Hawaii. We met him in person. Really, really one of the most incredible guys you'll ever meet, right? His research was impeccable during the time frames. He was very big in the UFO reveal information. He did a lot of stuff on Gaia, and had some problems with Gaia. I don't know what happened, but he was one of the reasons Gaia blew up, and then Gaia went after him, right? And kind of destroyed him, right? And I guess according to Corey Good, who they also kicked out and went after, and that's up to Gaia. I've been to Gaia. I have secret space program stuff that I revealed at Gaia. So whatever is going on there, whatever happened, that's all up to those guys. There's lawsuits going on, all kind of crazy stuff. So it was pretty tragic. But getting back to David, right? So David, let's look at, there's a lot of information that's out there. Corey Good actually came out. He was pretty distraught, and he talked about how David was constantly under attack. I've watched David for well over a decade, maybe a couple decades. Juan even said that he knew David when he got out of high school. It's like, Juan, is there anyone you don't know? Like, geez. So we talked about David a little bit. So, and he's still Juan is still doing his own research into that situation, and Juan is not going to reveal everything, just like I'm not going to reveal everything, and we can't for multiple reasons. One, to make sure we continue to live on this earth, And another is that, some of this information, it's not time for it to be released. And those people that are controlling the information, it's up to them to a certain extent. Now, a lot of people like, I want to know the truth and only the truth, and I should get it right now. They've never been in a situation where, and they don't understand that. So I don't knock those people. It is what it is. And we'll get the truth, guys. It will come. We don't even know if it's him, because that's the way they treat these things. It could look a lot like him. He could have a wallet on him that has his information on him, his picture and everything. And they still will do an investigation and won't release, this until they've done the investigation. So 2 days after posting video warning about how it's scary that scientists are going missing. So I haven't reported on this myself, but it is, it's a good time to do it, right? But, there's many of us that are, under threat, and many of us that, like myself, that release information on the secret space program. If you get too close to home and stuff that there, and you could be just like me, you could just be winging it out there, not really realizing. And this is how I got myself in trouble one time with these baddies. I was just winging out information. I'll talk about that in a minute. And my life turned upside down. They destroyed my life, and they tried to kill me many times and still try to, I believe. So he previously posted, and this was years ago, that he was not suicidal. Now, you can go back and look at his video on YouTube. It's still available from his last show. I think he did it on Sundays, usually when he would do his shows. And, he's got the angry daddy. It's funny. It's a funny guy. He's an actor. He had he was an excellent musician, excellent researcher. He could act really well. It was just an amazing guy. Now, when you look at him, if you're looking at this picture right there, looks like a little guy, right? But I met him in person. He's like, I don't know, 6'3", 6'5", something. He's pretty tall, right? And he knows martial arts. Or knew. I'm kind of talking about him in the present tense, but Juan and I were talking about it a little bit, and I said he didn't know that he lived in Boulder County, Colorado, and he said, "Oh, that you never want to live in Boulder, Colorado." I was like, "Okay," and we obviously Tina Peters is in Colorado, so there's a lot of problems in Colorado, guys. If you can get out of Colorado, I would probably recommend you do that. Who knows how long the problem's going to last there, and how crazy it's going to get there. I read stuff on Colorado all the time. I'm like, geez, these guys just keep pushing the envelope on stupid. And I don't see how people continue to allow this to happen. But it is what it is. Now, Representative Anna Paulina Luna even, put out yesterday. We just learned, so I guess they have, more insights, being congressional representatives, of the tragic passing of David Wilcox. So I think it's pretty, at this point, we can say definitively that in one way or another, he's no longer going to be out in front of us, right? Right? See, like the way I say that? He's no longer going to be out in front of us. Whether that changes in the future remains to be seen. And we'll just kind of talk a little bit about that. It says, we are praying for his family and loved ones and the millions of lives he impacted. So, like I said, he was an incredible person. He had really good intuition. He, like me, he tapped into Archangel Michael, and he wrote books on that. I think I got read every one of his books. I did several of his courses. Like I said, I went to one of his events. Really outstanding guy. Watched him for years. Followed him. Great information. So definitely going to be missed in the public eye, right? So he's 53, was a well-known figure in ufology. This is key, ufology, because they protect that information and they will kill you if you breach a certain line. They will kill you, right? They control it very aggressively. So, and he did alternative research circles. Some of the people that he worked with in the past, I worked with them as well. So, outstanding pedigree, in his research, and the people that he connected with and moved up the ladder in sharing information. He authored multiple New York Times bestsellers, appeared regularly on the History Channel's Ancient Aliens, and served as Director of Advanced Technology for Stavati Aerospace. He had been vocal about government disclosure on unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP or UFOs or whatever's going to be the like misdirection term they're going to use next week, right? Because just when you think you've got this down, they're going to like throw you a curveball, like unidentified anomalous phenomena. Like what? That's quite a mouthful, you knuckleheads. And advanced technologies, especially speaking to over 500,000 people who subscribe to him on YouTube. So he was very adept at keeping his YouTube channel. He did a really good job during the time frame, and he knew the words not to say over time. He really did, I think, love humanity on a great level, or does. All right. So just 2 days before his death, Wilcock went on live on YouTube and made chilling remarks about a pattern of deaths in his community. I'm excited to be here. Every day that I have on earth is a gift and a blessing. And I'm very grateful for that because, frankly, people are disappearing. Scientists are going missing, he said. It's a little bit scary, right? And so you can watch that. That's at about 10:30, I believe it is. So I watched that. And of course, he does an angry daddy in the beginning. It's funny. He was, like I said, he was really, really good guy in a lot of different ways, right? All right. So my dear family, he said on the live stream just before, the day before, he said, my dear family, I am not yet sure if I am doing a show tomorrow. I've had some very intense stuff going on this weekend. Now, I remember there was a time long ago, I'd say 5, 6, maybe even further, where he came on and he was very distraught on the air. And he said that he had been told that he was being targeted. And, he was told that to stay alive, he needed to come out and talk more, right? And that's one of the things, obviously, I do a lot of, all right? So it is one of those things that can, or not, in his case, unfortunately, not necessarily keep you going, but it can keep you going and so forth. So he says, we live in a loving universe. I am very grateful to you all for all your love, care, and support. So almost sounds like he knew that maybe something was up, right? The timing has raised eyebrows among followers, especially given Wilcock's past statements, pushing back against any belief that he would kill himself. So this is back in 2022, December 11th, 2022. I plan on living, not suicidal at all, just concerned about what happens when you prove God is real, right? So as we have detailed in multiple articles, the FBI under Director Kash Patel has launched a major investigation and disappearances of at least 11 high-level U.S. scientists with access to classified information in nuclear, aerospace, propulsion. You see how they don't say anti-gravity, right? But propulsion, missile technology, and UAP-related programs. All right. So that is how we start this, all right? And now we go down the rabbit hole, right? I know you guys like going down rabbit holes, and that's kind of what we're going to do now. All right. So the word is that there was a call to I guess crisis, maybe not crisis here, but the sheriff's office or whatever. So somebody, David or somebody, called a crisis line and said that David Wilcock was distraught and blah blah blah. Right. So within about 15 to 20 minutes, the sheriffs arrived on the scene, and there was David with a gun in his hand. So I don't really understand, that line. Who would do that? Definitely, that's not David. So if you're going to kill yourself, why would you go outside and the cops show up and then you kill yourself, right? So there's some problems there if that's really what was going on as far as what happened, right? So let me take you to Milton William Cooper, right? So this was someone in the distant past that was killed in a shootout with cops, right? So now William Bill Cooper, he passed away in November 5th. So this is after September 11th, which he predicted, in 2001, right? Was an American conspiracy theorist. So of course this is Wikipedia. So they're going to put the bullshit in there, guys. And they're gonna make him look like they want him to look. The CIA and the people that are controlling the information about the UAPs or the UFOs, or however you want to call them, wanted David to appear to have committed suicide, because we know how they do suicidal stuff, right? So I've heard some people out there talking about how David was suicidal. I don't know what these guys' backgrounds are, but there's going to be misinformation and information that's going to go out there. So you just need to be aware of that, guys. So early life and education, he was in the United States Navy, and he claimed, they said, to have served in the United States Navy, United States Air Force, and Naval Intelligence. So the Naval Intelligence in United States Navy is absolute. However, they can clean public records, and public records only indicate a period of service in the Navy with a ratings of E5, which is basically E5 petty officer second class in the Navy, or sergeant in the rest of the military. So he did a tour of duty in Vietnam with 2 service medals. At the end of the war, while working in Naval Intelligence, Cooper served on a briefing team for Admiral Bernard A. Clary. He then attended a junior college in California. So he was being groomed for something. I know, because I was groomed throughout my career. And they don't just send you to these schools just because you're there, right? So he worked for several technical and vocational schools before making his conspiracy theories known. Beginning in 1988, Cooper expanded the speculations of earlier conspiracies by incorporating government involvement. So it goes on to talk about how he, during his career, had seen stuff. So it talks about he was serving aboard in 1966. He was serving aboard the USS Tiru when he and fellow Navy personnel witnessed a metal craft larger than a football field repeatedly enter and exit the water. Now, Tim Burchett I've heard him speaking, because he's really one of those good congressmen, I believe, like Luna Paulina. So I think that, or Paulina Luna, whatever her name is, she and he are probably some of the good guys in the Congress, but there's a few others, right? So Tim Burchett, he's from, I think, Tennessee. He's from Tennessee, and he's part of the UFO, discovery type stuff. So I've heard him say that he talked to, in his house, an admiral that told him, just like that, football field sized craft that traveled in and out of the water, and in the water they would go 200 miles an hour. There's nothing that we have. Submarines, maybe 40, maybe 50. I don't know. Maybe they're, not revealing. Maybe they can go 100 miles an hour, but I doubt it. But maybe. But this thing's like cruising as a football field size craft moving at 200 miles an hour, right? So pretty interesting. So it goes on to talk about how he talked to John Lear. Lear was the son of Learjet founder Bill Lear, and he was identified as a pilot that flew missions for CIA, and he talked a lot about the UFO cover-up. Now, Kerry Cassidy did like 4 hour of, total of 4 hours of shows with John Lear. I just recently, I'd watched some of it before in the past, long ago, and I just watched all 4 hours of it more recently. That's available, and I'll show you. That's available on her website, and we'll look at that in a minute. But it is pretty phenomenal, all the information that he was talking about, and now it's being revealed. So same thing with Bill Cooper. Bill Cooper was revealing all kinds of crazy stuff. Cooper described the Illuminati as a secret international organization controlled by the Bilderberg Group that conspired with the Knights of Columbus, Masons, Skull and Bones, and other organizations. Its ultimate goal, he said, was the establishment of a new world order. So he's talking about this in his book, which what was that? What was the book? I've read it before. It's in here somewhere. Where is that? The name of that book? I want to say, but I want to make sure I say it right. Anyway, I'll find it here in a minute. It's in this article. Somebody knows it, just throw it in the chat, and I'll say it. So, behold a pale horse. That's it. Thank you. Ride a pale horse? No. Close. Behold a pale horse. Truth of Mike. Thanks. All right. So it is. I remember reading that book long ago. Now, I guess he knew Juan. And Juan they were friends, right? And Juan has talked about him several times. And in The Called, the movie that Juan did, he goes to his gravesite. And I don't know if he left some flowers, but he talked about it on his way to Washington, D.C. It's a very, very interesting gentleman. Juan obviously thought very highly of him. So he talked about a lot of different things. He had his own radio show. He was revealing stuff, and they got tired of him revealing. So they came out and shot him, in my opinion. They attempted to arrest Cooper at his Edgar, Arizona home on charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and endangerment stemming from disputes. They can, with local residents, they can build this up to, make anything happen. And so anyway, they said that he shot the head of one of the, right. So, before they had, body cams. Did they have a body cam for David? All right. Can we see that? So it'll be interesting, this stuff going forward. Now let's look at the 11 different people that have disappeared, because I think that David is within this group, right? I think they're trying to send a message. I think some of these people may have actually by this, MJ12 group or whatever, whoever's doing this, Majestic 12 people, Majestic level of way above top secret. Not even the president has access to it, which is insane, right? So the way they protect this stuff is they formed it into corporations. So corporations, some of these, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and I don't know if Boeing's involved in it, but there's, they push this stuff into development of some of these secret technologies into the corporate side, so that Tim Burchett was talking about this, so they can't have Freedom of Information Act on them. So if it's in a corporation, then the government can't go into the corporation. So that's, I believe, one of the reasons why they push these into the corporation, so they can keep this stuff secret. And then they got a group of people that, if you start to get wise to their stuff, or you get out of line working for them, suicide you, or, you know, something worse. I don't know what that might be, but it could be something worse, right? Directed energy weapons, where you fry. Yeah, I've had a little bit of that, actually. And heart attack machine, all kind of crazy stuff. You know, that come to me from a lot of different things. But you will, you know, see that all these people are disappearing, like David Wilcock, you know, and they're trying to, you know, force a situation so that you'll not go in that direction. So they continue to control this information. So if you were to look into this, like a David Wilcock, or, you know, some of these other scientists or whatever, and you had information that they wanted to control, and they could control you, you weren't part of their team, you weren't part of the Illuminati, or, you know, Luciferian cult or whatever, they're going to, you know, do away with you. Now, I think the white hats, and Carrie Cassidy actually said that she believes that David is alive, and she was taken into a program. I believe, I know that there's a lot of people who have gone into those programs, protective programs. So is he in one of those programs? I don't know. But I kind of feel that he is, right? So we'll talk more about that. But for right now, we're going to have Mel come on and talk about staying alive, right?
How you doing, brother?
Good, brother. How you doing?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good, man. You're strong.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm watching you backstage, and I'm saying, oh my God, a lot of people are saying red flags. I'm on the phone with the police department, the sheriff's department today. I'm hunting them down like a wildebeest.
Good man.
Okay. And they are pissed off that I'm even asking tough questions, and I don't give a shit. I recorded them, and I'm turning it into a podcast. Fuck you. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Okay. That's how I feel. And there's more coming. I'm not done with it. I told them, I'm an independent journalist. I'm a podcaster. I'm a filmmaker. I'm this, I'm that, whatever. And I am. And I want to know. I says, you said he killed himself. You don't say how. Did he kill himself with a machete, a knife, a gun? What caliber gun? Is it a 22? Is it a 9mm? Is it 38? Is it a 380? Is it a 357 Magnum? What is it?
Yeah.
Do you have any footage? Because you guys get called in a 911. You guys got to have some footage.
That's
by law. You have to have the cameras rolling when you pull up to the crime, the scene of the crime. Yep. I want to see the video of him committing suicide. Where's the video? Where's the body? Where's the morgue that has his body? Where's a lot of things, right?
Good job.
And they can't answer the questions, and they're like, well, somebody else picked up the phone. Well, I'm talking for so and so, and I don't have to answer to you. And I got it all on tape.
Nice. Yeah, Colorado's they're pretty out there. So it's not a good place to live. And if you're going to get caught up in something like this, that's going to suck.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. But you know, this thing stinks to high heaven, because this guy had an exotic company that produces exotic technology that messes with the petrol industry. And the day after, supposedly or allegedly, that he's gone, the website gets shut down. I know there are people that work for that company. Those people need to come forward, whoever those people are. You understand? There's just too many anomalies that don't make any sense.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Wow.
Yeah.
You're hot on it too. Good.
Yeah.
Good, man.
Absolutely. I'm hot on their trail, as they say.
Very good.
So anyway, brother, thank you for inviting me.
Don't you dare scroll.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there you go.
I'm getting your videos ready.
Oh, cool. Let's do that.
Which one would you like to look at first?
It's up to you, man. It's a movie about the straw man.
I like that.
Yeah.
Let's get some power. It's high energy.
Are you there? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
There you go.
I had it on mute. Sorry.
No, no worries. You're good. I got a crazy dog over there. You're gonna wait, buddy. Okay, you're gonna take a number and wait in line like everybody else. Anyway, but anyway, yeah, you like the trailer, right? Isn't that awesome? And look, again, investigative journalism. We are uncovering the truth, and no one can deny that that's exactly what it is. That they've been trading our marriage license, our birth certificate, our hunting license, our speeding tickets, our parking tickets. Everything we signed for, your car, you think you own a car, you think you own a Lamborghini, but yet you have a registration. Well, guess what? If you don't pay that registration, the state can come pick up your Lamborghini because it belongs to the state. It doesn't belong to you, you foolish people out there. Okay. And your driver's license is traded. Everything you do in life, there's so many things. Bonds. There, you ever hear my name is my bond, my name is a bond? The terminology, my name is a bond. Okay, in other words, you could take it to the bank that I will pay you. Well, they brainwashed us to say that. Well, your social security number is your bond number, and they've been trading you like cattle. The twin, the guy that doesn't exist, which is part of a corporation, corpse, and everybody's worth a minimum 200 million, 300 million. And a lot of you are worth 500 million, 800 million. Some of you are worth billions of dollars. David Strait saw accounts upwards of $35 billion. It's in the movie. We show the proof. When I say capisce, that means, do you understand in Italian?
Yes, I capisce. So it's going to be very interesting when this video comes out and the response from it. Now, you did that show there at the Cape Canaveral area, and how did that go?
Oh my God, that was freaking! We just literally captured lightning in a bottle. It was energetic. It was a spiritual movement. It was spiritual enlightenment, whatever you want to call it. People just didn't want to leave. Juanito was on stage till 11:30 at night. Did you ever hear Juanito going to an event, staying on stage? If he would have stayed till 2 o'clock in the morning, the last 60 people would have left when he got done speaking. I had to literally drag him off stage, say, "I got some pizza backstage for you," and it was so funny.
You had some good. You get some good pizza too. A good place.
Yeah, he's hysterical. He really loved our crowd. He loved the location. He loved staying alive. He wants to talk to me now. I don't know what he wants to talk to me about, but I think he might want to do just a hunch. I think he might want to do another event down in Cape Canaveral, and he might be on stage with a guy you might remember. I think you're old enough to remember a guy by the name of Bill Gould.
Oh yeah.
Remember Bill Gould, the Equinox ex-CEO, which I'm very, very good friends with?
Nice.
He might be on stage with Juanito on the next one. Just a little hunch, a little birdie telling me this.
Well, there's one a fraud event. We did bond fraud or bond gate in Las Vegas a few weeks ago, and we're going to do another one, I believe in June. And Juan's talking about doing 3 other ones, even larger events across the country. So that might be what he's
yes. So I don't know if he wants to use our location, because I think he likes the small location with 200, 220 people or so. It's more controllable, et cetera, et cetera. He wanted to make sure we had enough security. God, we went overboard on security. I think
very important.
There was 29 people with guns that they were like marksmen in the crowd. You know what I mean? It was like, are you crazy? Security. I said, you don't know who the security is. When I was up on stage, I says, because we don't have shirts and marked. We got these little things in the ears, trying to act like we work on, for someone in Washington, D.C. and all that nonsense. As we communicate telepathically, but we're here. Okay. So he wanted to make sure that he was protected. He was well protected.
Yeah, very good. And that's the way it was at the bond gate too. We had some really good protection. He says the next one will be even twice as much, even better. So
absolutely.
yeah. So
Yeah.
he's talking about, even bigger events. I don't know. So he'll talk to you
Well,
about
I got him hooked up with some big venues potentially here in Titusville. I don't know if he's going to pull the trigger on any of those.
Yeah.
That are airplane hangar size, etc. That are huge. So that could be like 700-800 people event. That's if there's tables and in the event. If there's no tables and we do a tent outside for the dinner and lunch, then it might be more like 1,200, 1,500. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, he was talking kind of those numbers, across the country. This probably, if they have a bar in the center of the 800, and he's saying they may move it for him, and if they do, we can get up to 6,500, maybe 700. But he's talking about 1,200 or more going across the country. So these are going to be great. Like your movie, it's a great reveal, and the stuff that on your shows. I saw some of the stuff you're coming out with. You're right on, brother. Good job.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. One thing we want to definitely do with this movie, if I could have my cake and eat it too, Mike, is to try and get as many police officers to watch the movie and the police officers to start digging. We want the police officers to start turning those weapons in the right directions and to start asking some questions, because questions need to be asked and questions need to be answered. Tough questions, not just softball questions. Because at the end of the day, yes, some of them know what they're doing and they're troublemakers, because if you know what you're doing and you know that those ticket money is being traded, meanwhile, you're in the highest divorce rate profession in the world. Okay. A lot of drugs and a lot of alcoholism through the police departments behind the scenes at home, etc. And the highest divorce rates and the highest, trouble at home, etc. So if you're really out there and you know what you're doing and you got those kinds of problems at home and you're causing trouble out in the street, that makes you a troublemaker. Shame on you. But if you don't know and you want to get educated, this is your chance to get educated and start asking the tough questions, because I think, we're going to find out if you're a part of humanity or you're not part of humanity. Talk is cheap, right? Yeah.
And they've already started busting a lot of these cops with the fraud. I've been hearing upwards of 50% of police forces are in jail in some areas now. So we need to educate them. They probably get roped into some sketchy stuff, and everybody's been doing it for a long time, so they're just part of so we need to break them free from
absolutely that. Well, you see, Mike, I knew about the straw man for a long time. The only problem is I had a problem connecting the dots because nobody was really explaining it properly. They didn't really take their time, and they were trying to use big college words. All these people that go to college, they learn those 18 fancy words that they scramble around, use over and over again to try and make themselves sound more intelligent than everybody else. And I just dumbed it down. I just took it. I said, you know what? Okay, now I understand it. Now I'm going to dumb it down and I'm going to explain it, Mel Carmine way, right? I put the Carmanism into it so that people could understand it and people could go and start doing the research, because they'll understand it for the first time. I think the movie is going to be very powerful. It's going to be $5.89. It's not going to put you in the poor bank, okay? Because I need to fund the next movie. The next movie is Donald Trump meeting with the generals in a private room, them asking him to run for president, him coming down the escalator with the sign in the background that says money exchange. And I'm going to tie in the XRP and the new financial system into the Q movement, into Donald Trump being part of that movement on both fronts. And we're going to explain the most prolific story in the history of the world. And now, because of artificial intelligence, we can actually make it look like there are actors in the room meeting with Donald Trump. I'm waiting to see this new software that my editors found. They're so excited to show it to me. And I'm excited to look at it, because I never thought I would be an ex-pizza guy being in the motion picture business through artificial intelligence. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But that's going to have to be like a 17-part movie.
That other little clip.
What's that? Sure, you can show the other one.
Yeah, good. I like this one too. They're both fantastic.
Yeah, it's truly powerful, Mike. And if people understand exactly how compound interest on top of compound interest on top of compound interest. By the time you're 19, you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. By the time you're born and they ink your feet, and by the time you turn 18, you're already worth. You understand? So this is what's happening. And to be quite frank with you, the reason why we're charging $589, I got a few projects that I need to fund. One of them happens to be something that's going to take social media down to its knees. Why do we need to take social media down to its knees? Why do we need to take the bull by the balls ourselves as podcasters and do what we have to do? Because we made the movie DearMrPresident.net. If you go to DearMrPresident.net, which is a movie about censorship, it's free of charge. Yes, that movie did get to the people that it was supposed to get to, including Donald Trump. I don't know if it caused him to do the executive order that basically says, hey, you can no longer censor podcasters like Michael and Mel Carmine and Nino Rodriguez and company ever again. We have an ironclad, but they're thumbing their nose at the rule of law, and they're still censoring us, including Rumble. Make no mistake about it. I sent a very elaborate email to Rumble. They have yet to reply. Okay, so I got to start tube1776.com. That's coming. Okay. That's another project that's on my table. So give us the money so we can fund these projects. And I promise you, there's never going to be any censorship on Mel Carmine's channel. And I'm going to open it up and I'm going to go partners with all the podcasters. I'm going to make them all rich. You know why? Because I need my soldiers to be well funded. I don't want them scraping. I want them to be able to fight the New World Order and defeat it to the fullest extent.
Beautiful.
You understand? So that we can't wait for Donald Trump to just sign an executive order and expect some magical God to appear from the sky and all of a sudden, boom, it happens. No, it happens when you grab the bull by the balls and say, okay, motherfucker, I'm in charge now. Let's go.
That's a good one. I like that. Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
So, I don't know, maybe I'm wacky, but with the artificial intelligence and smart kids like my chief editor, Mr. Goodluck, and people that he's running who are incredibly uber smart, why not? I just need the little piece in the back that is in charge of the money, so make sure that you guys get a fair share, a fair cut. So many times has YouTube and all these social medias went and tweaked the payment system, always in their favor, not in your favor? How many times? And no more commercials. Gee, what a thought.
Yeah, I love it. All right, brother. How can people find you?
Well, they can go to Mel Carmine Podcast on YouTube. That's my main channel. And then I got like 7 other channels. And if you happen to be in Cape Canaveral, pull the body over and let's put it inside staying alive. Let's charge the body. Your body's exactly like a Tesla car. You know what I mean? A Tesla car can only go for 400 miles, and it's got a pull over. I got to tell you a story about the Tesla car. It's amazing. The Chinese company, BYD or something like that, BYD, I think you know the name of the company. It's an electric car company. They went to an engineer who was an artificial intelligence software and told that artificial intelligence engineer software to create a recipe for a battery that could be charged in under 5 minutes. Well, guess what? They achieved that.
Wow.
They didn't go to an engineer that's a human being that's 100 times stupider than the artificial. The artificial intelligence is right now 100 times smarter than all of us. 100 times. And it's going to go to 1,000, and it's going to go to 2,000, and it's going to go to the point where they're going to be doing operations on bodies, and it's going to get to the point where the artificial intelligence says, hey, you guys are in our way. You're stupid. Can you please get out of our way so we can go faster? Okay. In the next 5 years, 6 years, you're going to think you're living in a science fiction novel. I promise.
Sweet. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Thanks for coming on and sharing your info. And we'll look forward to, sharing more of your stuff in the future. So.
You're awesome. Thank you for inviting me. A big kiss to your beautiful wife.
Absolutely. Cheers, brother.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, let's get back to David Wilcott. That's, love Mel. He's got some great stuff coming up. He's going to help change the world. Now, David Wilcock, was he helping to change the world? Sure, he did a good job. But what happened to him? Was it a strategic extraction, as Kerry Cassidy calls it? Exposing the SSP to the world. That's what we're trying to do. I've been doing that. Kerry's been doing that for a lot longer. The deeper picture is this has been going on for decades. The only question is whether Trump and the White Hats are seeding this info out into the media on purpose to expose SSP to the world. According to William Tompkins, Navy intel, like Bill Cooper, whistleblower, who supposedly fell down the stairs shortly after calling me and telling me he could never speak to me again. Now, William Tompkins had done a show with David Wilcock, and then Kerry got him and did shows, and he was supposed to come on another show, and he said, I can never talk to you. Don't call me ever again. This is the way this works. Now, did he, or did he go into some kind of, other program? So he was going to talk about the extent of the child trafficking / reptilian infestation on planet Earth. He removed him to underground, undersea, or off-planet colonies. Moon? No, probably not the moon, but lots of planets out there. We're in Venus, Mars, Saturn, so forth. The moons in Saturn, Jupiter. So lots of places that we could be hidden and continue his work. Or are they holding him at a black site? This indicates there is a war on for disclosure between the Trump White Hat military and the dark magicians of NASA that cater to the reptilian side of the SSP. So pay attention. This story goes deep. Now, if you go to Kerry's site, Project Camelot, I highly recommend you watch the John Lear. It's fantastic. It's got all 3 parts. Like I said, I listened to it, and then there's another one that you can listen to as well. So he went down the rabbit hole, I think almost a decade ago. I think it was 2006. She just released it, or was it 2017? Maybe that's when it happened. So almost a decade ago, and she's re-released it. So the whole show. Now another aspect of this is where I come in and started, having some of these problems. We'll talk about after we listen to this. So again, Kerry Cassidy had someone on her show, and I'll talk about this after we listen to what Fox News is sharing.
Okay, this is a story that we're sticking on Outnumbered. It has now gone to the new chapter. The U.S. House Oversight Committee will now investigate the mysterious 11 scientists. They'd all been working on high-level space or nuclear power research.
All right, so they're going to go into it, and they're going to have this one woman that is like completely clueless about any of this stuff, and she's going to whack out on it. But that's how most people are. Now, I looked at, David Wilcock. You can, there's lots of information on that. You can go into 11 scientist deaths and then pull that up, and you're going to see all kinds of articles on this one. Now, the reason why I believe this is deep state activity going on is because whenever the press starts to go, oh, it's all conspiracy theory, okay, huge red flag right there, right? And then they go into, oh, people are like falling for this and blah, blah. And they have all these people that are having these articles out there. And some of these, crazy, manipulated groups that are out there in the press that are putting out information. And then you have, it looks like it's all like, on the up and up. And then they'll insert some bullshit in there, right? And they always do that, just like they did in this show.
Like leaving their homes without phones or wallets. Committee Chairman James Comer says a new coordinated effort is underway to find the answers.
This is something that could be very serious. We know there are many countries around the world that would love to have our knowledge and nuclear capabilities. And these are the people that were at the forefront of it.
Law enforcement has not drawn.
All right. So this has been going on like we have been telling you guys for decades. So now Trump brings it to a head, right? And now the deep state is really flailing at this point in their little Muppets, like Fox News and some of these other broadcasters are going to give you a little piece of the truth, and they're going to couch in some bullshitty, right? Which is basically going to turn people off because it's MK Ultra information that they're trying to disconnect you with the reality of this secret space program, guys. Right. So very, very interesting. If you look at some of this stuff, you're going to see the disinformation that's out there. And you guys with good critical thinking, you're going to see right through it right away. All right. Hats off to you guys. You guys have learned over the years not to trust these mofos. All right. So let's go in.
Link between or among any of these cases. However, the mystery is still prompting some fresh questions, like this one from our own Peter Ducey.
Do you think it's possible that some foreign spies could be scooping up our scientists to go build something?
That would be the most likely explanation for a lot of this, and that's not out of the realm of possibilities. I mean, there's been activity of foreign countries interfering with whether or bringing over scientists from other countries.
Lisa, you looked at.
Let's misdirect, shall we? All right. So, the real culprit is the deep state, guys. So this is who needs to be revealed. And they're going to continually, play these games back and forth. Well, it's probably, some foreign government is stealing our scientists. What's happening with that? And so answer all the questions. How about it? Now, think about it. They're just now coming to this. 11 scientists are missing, probably more at this point. 13. Tracy's telling me 13. I don't know. So anyway, so David was the 13th, and there's a 12th out there floating around out there. I don't know. But now think about it. If 13 Girl Scouts who were selling cookies disappeared, and investigation all over the country, hell yeah. How about school teachers? 13 school teachers that disappeared. How about 13 housewives that were just sitting at home, just got snatched up? How about, on and on and on. So this is another big red flag. They're just now getting around to this, and they're like speculating that maybe it's foreign spies, right? Such bullshit.
Like you were watching a movie.
That's what this feels like. It feels like we're living out.
All right, so let's go with the airhead first.
Some sort of sci-fi novel here or movie. We're talking about some of the most advanced scientists tied to national security. So in a large population of people, of course, deaths occur. But when you're talking about this smaller pool of highly specialized individuals in a cluster in such a short period of time, it seems a little bit more unusual. I have to read some of this information from Amy Eskridge, who is one of the scientists who allegedly, she was on a podcast in 2020, and she was saying that she was going to disclose she had discovered some anti-gravity propulsion information, and apparently that's widely discussed by UFO researchers who have claimed this advanced technology is what allows alien spacecraft to achieve impossible speeds. So she had discovered this. She was working on this anti-gravity, novel foundational work regarding anti-gravity. She was talking about how she was being targeted, both psychologically and physically, as well as a result of this. She was worried about her life.
All right. So we all know about this, but she's speaking in a way that this is just so out there, conspiracy theory stuff, right? So discounting this through her, actions and the way she's describing it.
And then, so she hired a British intelligence officer to help her look into some of these threats against her. And then they allege that an unknown suspect fired a directed energy weapon at her, causing burns across her body using powerful microwaves. So when you read that, I mean, it sounds insane. But yes,
all right. So it sounds insane. This is the average person here, right? So they're giving you the perspective of the average person, and they're saying insane. It sounds insane, all right? Like it's not real. Like these people are making this shit up. I can tell you directed energy weapons are real. I've had them directed at me, all right? And we've seen them burn down cities. So we are all on board with this, but here is, Fox News, which is going to MK Ultra a large group of people with the bullshit that you just saw there.
Why my face was like that when you had started this show off.
Lovely as always, but shocked.
Well, yeah, because even just taking into that, what she said on the podcast, it seems insane. But, I don't know. It's pretty crazy stuff. I hope we get to the bottom of it.
Well, and Emily, this is the part that we know that we can talk about via podcasting or reporting. Imagine what we don't know, and that's what the House and the federal government want to get into.
It's such a great point that hopefully...
All right, so we go from uninformed to someone that is informed, evidently. So you're going to get both sides of this.
And this is where sort of my faith lies, that all of the people who have the high level, top secret clearance abilities are working furiously and feverishly to discover exactly what the commonalities are, because all we see is this pattern, or what seems like a pattern. But you're absolutely right that, what they're even working on, we can't even articulate, frankly.
Right.
And right as you said that, I actually recently I was listening to Sean Ryan podcast.
Yes, I can articulate it. And David Wilcock articulated it. Kerry Cassidy articulated it. This has been going on for decades. All right. So now we're getting it to the point where it's breaking into the mainstream media, and they're going to bounce this all over the place and misdirect and confuse and disinfo.
The interview he had with a gentleman named AJ, who was the victim of one of those DEWs, and to hear the immediate and complete, total debilitating effects of one of those weapons that China and Russia have admitted having, that it took us forever to sort of admit to, but that lies in this world. It is quite easy, frankly, which is why it's totally horrifying, to debilitate someone in a way that's through a building, and is by targeted lasers and microwaves and things that, again, I can't even understand. So we should be looking at everything, because that is how we narrow down exactly what happened. And at the heart of this are 11 at least family members that lost their loved ones. So my other question is, what are the families saying? And
all right. So you're going to get the misdirection in the mainstream media, guys. So still, we have to do our own homework, our own research, and look at this stuff. Like David Wilcox's death, right? Like you heard from Mel, he's on it. Good job, Mel. He's like, oh, I'm up there in Colorado, the police there, and like put him on the spot. Good job. So, we're going to get any insights, any revelations, any results? No, I promise you, this is going to get bantered back and forth. And it could be for several I say two reasons. One reason is the deep state. All right. They want to continue to hide this information. So they have the dimwits in Fox, talk about it, banter it back and forth. In other broadcasts, CNN, they're all stupid with it right now. So they're doing that. And people are like, sounds stupid. I'm not even going to follow it. All right. That's their intention. Now, they've been doing this for years. They're expert at this. All right. Now, two, it's the white hats, all right? And I saw somebody in the chat said, maybe he's gone to Valhalla, right? So, yeah, maybe with all those other people that are there, right? It's one of those things that happens. I can tell you, I've been in several programs where me and like one or two other people, the only ones who know about this, and completely compartmentalized. Right. And because we're disclosing it would be, it would reveal way too much. Right. So that's some of the things, that are out there that has to be protected. And then there's some things out there that we all should know. Right. These, I hate to call them aliens. They're like basically some of them might be our ancestors, that, seeded us here. So we have a lot of this information that's already been revealed to us. Those of us that have, like I said, the critical thinking and can look at this stuff, we already know this to a great extent. We're just watching if this stuff gets revealed. Now, to distract people and to make people think twice about revealing this information at this time in this place, because they want to continue to manufacture and control their information and have the technology for themselves, right? And manipulate us with it, right? Like the director is your weapon stuff, right? Total bullshit. So at some point, we get the upper hand, which I think we're pretty much at that point. We being the ones that are awake, aware, and wanting this to reach the rest of the population. But you're going to continue, like I say, to have the Mockingbird media come out and distract us and take us off direction, disinform us, make us feel like we're stupid because we're following conspiracy theories. That's a conspiracy theory about directed energy weapons. Wow. At this point, it's kind of like the 9/11 buildings being hit by aircraft. It's all bullshit. At this point, I think everybody's gotten that. Maybe there's still a few consciously compromised people out there that still believe the false narrative. But at this point, most of us are awake to this. And because of that, we're awake to the knowledge that a lot of this stuff is manipulated. So we question everything, right? Everything. And we don't let these guys get away with their stupidity. Now, Kerry Cassidy, in the past, did an interview with a gentleman called, at the time, he was calling himself Bill Wood, right? And eventually he would come out and say his name was Bill Bruckbreiter, right? So I saw his videos, and this was when I was working for the CIA at the time. And I was like, the stuff that he was talking about, he said he was a Navy SEAL. He went into a specialized program where they're sending missiles so that the people of some of these towns would get, very angry with the U.S. and continue the wars. And he said he was part of these, and he got sick of it and decided to break free. So what happened? Well, the military, came after Kerry Cassidy, and she's like, well, you want to take me to court? We'll just expose all this stuff, right? And so, things happen. I'm very observant. I was watching these programs, and I said on social media, this guy seems legit. He talks about some of the stuff in the SEAL program and so forth. That's legit because I was an instructor and all that kind of stuff. Now, let me give you a little backside on that. So here I was the senior instructor in first phase where the Hell Week is, right? At one time, we noticed they're trying to push through missile techs, kind of like Bill Wood's talking about, right? These were people that were not meeting the standards, and we're trying to, say, okay, you're not meeting the standards, so you're not going to continue. We were trying. They being the commanding officer and some other people were trying to push them forward. I even had the commanding officer come down to me, and after a bunch of these gentlemen quit that were part of this program, evidently, as we look back on, and he said, we're going to put them back in. And I was like, yes, sir. Well, we made sure that they quit, and they quit good after that. Right. So he didn't have any say. So that's the way some of us work, guys. So I've been pushing the envelope for a long time. So we also started to see that in our Hell Week, they were trying to push these guys into a Hell Week class. The guy that was the officer that was running the phase, remember, I'm the senior enlisted. I am the gatekeeper, right? Our officer of the phase came up to me and he said, would you mind if we put this boat crew into the class? It was a boat crew full of quitters. So again, as we would find out later, they're all missile techs that they wanted for this special program, right? So I looked at the guys, and the guys are like, hell no. And I was like, no, sir, we're not going to allow those guys to come in. He's like, well, would you mind if they did a Hell Week separate from ours? And I was like, I don't care what you do, as long as they're not in our class. So off they went, and they're all happy with that. Well, there was one time where we had pollution, or so we were told, along the coast, and we did, from Mexico. They didn't have a good treatment plant down there, so they were releasing raw sewage into the ocean, and it was polluting the water and causing some problems. So we couldn't, it had reached a level where we couldn't do our Hell Week. So they flew us out to San Clemente Island to do our Hell Week. And so we're like, yeah, we're flexible. Yep, we're going to do what we need to do. So we went out there and conducted a Hell Week. We come back, and the guys from the SEAL team said, I thought you guys went out to San Clemente to do Hell Week. And we're like, we did. And he said, well, somebody was running a class here. They were running those quitters that were missile techs. Bill Wood, right? So he's disclosing on 9/11 missile that hit the Pentagon. He talked about it. He disclosed how, like I said, they were sending missiles into to continue these wars, blowing innocent people up. And they really came after him. And so there was a pattern that I was seeing. I talked about it. Lo and behold, the CIA really came after me then, right? And I'd been working with the CIA for a long time. I walked on water with the CIA. Everybody wanted me to be in there, wherever they were. All right, I went to all the places where there's lots of violence and bloodshed and all kind of crazy stuff. And everybody wanted me there because I did an unbelievable job as a leader and operator and all kind of stuff. So they started to lean on me, and I was like, oh wow, what is this all about? And I wouldn't figure it out for many years later, right? Like I said, they basically drove me out of the CIA, ruined my life, stole all my money, tried to completely crush me. The only thing that saved me was I had a lot of silver and gold. And you better bet you that I have a lot of silver and gold now, right? So these are the things that these people do, guys. So Kerry Cassidy has been involved in this for a long time. David Wilcock was involved in this for a long time. Is he in Valhalla or some other by the deep state, or did he kill himself? It remains to be seen. But I would say stay open-minded, like I always tell you guys. All right, just be open-minded about it. Don't get hooked into it. Don't get crazy one way or the other. Right? It is what it is. And I see a lot of you guys are like downing because David's gone. Just be open-minded, right? Be open-minded. All right. Yes. Becky, you drove by the Pentagon, then you know that was bullshit, what they said about a jet. They never found, they found like this one wing particle, and the engine that they found was for a cruise missile. Hello. So it's in our face. It's in our face. These criminals, all right, they're always trying to do this shit. All right, so what's going to happen in the Middle East? I believe that we're going to put boots on the ground at some point, and that's what's going to be the thing that drives this. Now, how long will that take? I don't think it's going to take that long because we've basically crushed them, Middle Easterners, in every war we've been in, crushed them, right? And we're better today than we've ever been before, guys. Right now, what I think is that we'll have special forces, some Marine types, and maybe some other groups. 82nd, I don't know, 101st, maybe some Rangers or whatever. Will reach out to certain areas that, just like we saw when we invaded Normandy, there were groups that were there that guided the allies to certain areas so they get better results, they were protected, and so forth. we're probably going to see the same thing in Iran, right? We're going to see people there. We know we're going to see people there that are active, underground type militias and so forth, that are not literally underground, but as far as like being outward, so underground type, hidden, and they've been active, I think, already, blowing some stuff up here and there and shooting some people that need to be shot. They're going to be helping us take that country, and it'll go down a lot faster than if we're coming into a country that was completely against us, right? So we saw this in Iraq. We saw this in I don't know where we just go. Probably going to see it in Cuba, right? And we saw it in where we just like take those people down. That southern area. I want to say Louisiana, but it's not Louisiana. Somebody throw in the chat. Geez, what's that country we just like kicked ass in? The dinar's definitely going to go up. Venezuela. God, thank you so much. Geez, I get into these different things. So anyway, Venezuela. Now think about it. Now Trump and team basically just had a 2 million gallon oil tanker that they seized that Iran was shipping to China. Maybe with this taking down the Iranians and holding up the oil running through the Gulf, we're going to kill two birds with one stone, right? So Venezuela was sending cheap oil to China. That stopped, right? And we're doing the same thing in the Gulf. That stopped, right? Maybe they're getting it from Russia. We haven't stopped that yet, but whatever. They're not getting the oil that they need to conduct a war, right? How about that? All right. You think you see a bigger picture now of some of the things that are going on? Let's look at some other things that are happening in the States, right? We look at the big picture a lot on this show, but we really need to be also concerned and focused on what's going on here in America.
This is Russian mob that's running this.
Russian and Armenian. So I stroked the Armenians.
All right. So is it really Russian and Armenian? Or is it one of these gangs from the South, right? The cartels. Sure, there's probably all kinds of cartels and mafias here in the United States. But look what they say about what he's doing in California.
Apparently. The Russians actually got a hold of somebody who knew my mom and said they called, and then that person then called my mom and said, the Russian mafia wants me to tell you to make sure Nick doesn't come poking around our fraud. Like, that's not a joke. We were driving in LA. I was working on a separate video. Somebody called my mom, and she apparently knew some people and she had my mom's phone number. She called my mom and said, the Russian mafia wants to make sure to let you know to have Nick not come snooping around our businesses.
How's that make you feel?
I was like, well, I'm probably not going to go check out the Russians. But it is scary because, like, the Somalians, they were threatening me publicly. Like, they had their people talking in these chats. They were out doing this press conference. It was like they're trying to sell a book. Like they're like Gavin Newsom out him. They're trying to sell his own book. These people are doing press conferences and whatnot. The Armenians and the Russians, they're a lot smarter than that. They're not.
Okay. Yeah. The mafia groups, child trafficking, the drugs, the weapons trafficking. And a lot of these Congress people are part of this, guys, right? Like Ilhan Omar. It's the same Gavin Newsom. It's the same thing, funding the same group that's controlling us on multiple levels.
Doing these press conferences about trying to protect their fraud. And so they're going to work in a lot quieter way. So that was very scary when my mom did get that phone call.
How's your mom take that?
Like, now we're not like used to it, but it's like, hey, Nick, we need to be cautious. Which isn't fun. That one was a little crazy, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's serious.
Yeah, that was serious.
I mean, that's serious.
Because I mean, these people, like you talk about, like the mafia or gangs, like it's real. Like there's certain parts in America where mafias or gangs do have control, but you don't.
Just like those people that control the information from the UFO, from anti-gravity programs, from the nuclear programs, all these different things, guys. They have hit teams that actually come from the mafia. JFK had a lot of mafia guys that basically shot at him on that day, that fateful day, right? So there's a lot of this that's going on. We need to be aware of it. It's a big operation. It's a big operation that Trump's undergoing. And just like I've alluded to, part of the operation is to foil the Chinese as well with this, controlling the oil at this point. So that will, undermine their process and their ability to, push and foment and cause problems, across multiple areas. Just like Iran, we're keeping upwards of $500 million a day from going into Iran's coffers, which they use to basically pay Hezbollah, Hamas, and a host of other people throughout the world, in the South America, Venezuela. Hours, I think less than an hour, I think, when they went into Venezuela and got Maduro, Special Forces guys, Delta Boys. An hour before that, the Chinese ambassador there in Venezuela was meeting with Maduro. An hour before that went down. Little signal there, right? All right. So these are the games that are being played. Is David Wilcox still alive? Did David Wilcox shoot himself or hang himself or commit suicide? It's all up in the air right now, and what they release is always going to be suspect to me, right? I'm pretty much with Kerry Cassidy that he basically was slipped into a different program where he's going to probably continue to do really good stuff. I think David was really suppressed in the last several years of his life here amongst us. Now maybe he'll be able to branch out and do other things without any consequences or any pressure or anything like that. And imagine that. Imagine a world where we don't have the deep state anymore. Wow. It's going to be cool, right? All right. But we're going to have to go through some pain and, problems, in that process of, eliminating them and all the cray-crays that are, have no idea about any of this stuff and going to flip out and have their little temper tantrums. It's going to be very interesting going forward. Right. All right, guys, stay in the love vibration because that keeps your intuition open so you can watch this stuff before it comes at you. Right. So it's served me quite well. And of course, get into LifeWave. All right. LifeWave, the energy patch, the X39, which basically activates your stem cells. And now we have the water machine, which basically you ingest water into your body. There's only company that has a water machine that does that, right? So great stuff. Great technologies are being revealed. Yes, those were suppressed quite a bit and still are from the deep state and the evil medical institutions that are out there. But we're getting them out there. All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration.
Restored Republic via GCR. Duty note, the Starlink Satellite Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, presently overrides all cell phones, TV, radio and internet broadcasts worldwide. The old SWIFT financial system has been shut down, while the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system functioned worldwide over Starlink and had complete control over our new quantum financial system. Sometime in this next week trumpets will sound over all cell phones worldwide, to announce that in the next 5 hours, everyone would need to be in a place of their choice for a worldwide blackout that would last 10 to 12 days. The lockdown meant that all communication systems worldwide would be down, internet, TV and radio, with phones only working for 911 calls. You could obtain a special app from the military that hooked your phone to the new Starlink satellite system. Banks would be closed and credit/debit cards and ATMs would not work. Planes, trains would be shut down. The power grid would shut off for a short period of time while the world switched over to Tesla-free energy. It would be wise to prepare for these 10 days of events by having food, cash and necessities on hand, although if needed, food and necessities would be given out by the military, as would an app that would make your cell phone active since only 911 calls could be made on your regular cell phone. In 7 EBS messages, the global military alliance under President Trump would announce Nizara/Jazara debt relief for all peoples of the earth. There would be 3 days of darkness where planned cyber attacks would take down satanic sites across the globe, followed by 10 to 12 days of disclosure where information would come from a single Starlink website channel that would broadcast the truth. Everyone will be asked to stay home during a 5-hour window. Comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations in 8-hour segments in a 24/7 loop 3 times a day. Military law would be in effect to protect the population while the global military alliance finished their arrests of thousands of Satan-worshipping, corrupt and treasonous politicians and global elites. With the large amount of politicians arrested, governments would be shut down. The world would continue to function under martial law until fair and transparent elections could be held in each country. During this time, people holding foreign currencies and ZIM bonds would be called into exchange. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange/bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense Operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. Upon conclusion of the lockdown period, an 800 number will be provided for the general public to schedule appointments to set up their quantum accounts on the new Starlink system, ensuring everyone globally received a sum of money already deposited into their accounts. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. 2s. April 21, 2026, Jamie Dimon, CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, says that U.S. government raising taxes doesn't do anything to help the average American because Congress just launders the money to their friends, special interest groups and 17,000 lobbying groups. Monday, April 20, 2026. Trump's global military alliance has discovered an underground cloning lab in Antarctica that contained 290 centers for cloning. Present were clones and duplicates of babies, half of the world's leaders in clones including Hillary Clinton, Obama, Biden, and Fauci. Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell joined the list in February 2026, convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the republic from deep state infiltration. A possible timing on Friday 24th of April or Saturday 25th of April, every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, unmistakable alert signal. The EBS signal will be transmitted directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elites. On 2s. April 28, 2026, full activation speeds up. Rescued children healed first. Great Awakening peaks with miracles. On Wednesday, April 29, 2026. Trump orders protect medbeds. Republic fully restored. 3. Epstein hearings, Gates testimony June 10. Subpoenas issued before April 30. 4. Tesla free energy released to the general public worldwide, 107 on Telegram. B. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns, 3 days of exposure, 10 days of darkness, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. May 12, 2026 Alliance plan. Military intelligence follows the Julian calendar. Trump created the fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crime and corruption on a massive scale. The emergency broadcast system will introduce martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber attacks on everything, internet down, communications cut, power grid possibly shut off. A 95% reduction in the corrupt government. We will finally be free from the parasites. Federal Reserve. Dead. IRS. Taken over by the new U.S. Treasury. A new tax system, only a 14% tax on new items, no taxes on food, medicine, or wages. Finally, real relief for the people. Maritime law will be thrown out, replaced by common law. No more tyranny in disguise. Unfolding of events. As the grand spectacle takes shape, a series of remarkable events will transpire. Rods of God and directed energy weapons will be deployed to neutralize satanic strongholds worldwide. Planes and trains will be grounded, ensuring the cabal's reach is severed. Lights and power will briefly flicker as the world transitions to Tesla-free energy. Bitcoin servers and data centers will face a decisive blow, leading to the fall of 99.5% of cryptocurrencies, including China coins. ISO 20022 coins, backed by precious metals, will emerge as a new financial paradigm. A simulated World War III scare event will send shockwaves through the populace. Nuke sirens will blare, sending chills down spines. A mysterious water event will capture the world's attention. The stock market will crash, reshaping the global financial landscape. Global martial law will be declared, ushering in an era of unprecedented control. The enigmatic Castle Rock scenario Julian Assange will unravel. Quantum systems will come to life. Nizara/Jazara/RV will pave the way for a new era of prosperity. Elections will be flipped via military courts, invoking FISA military tribunals, and confessions will be broadcast over 10 intense 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will unite to activate the emergency broadcast system, covering the entire globe. A cascade of shocking truths will be unveiled. The long-awaited inauguration of Trump and Kennedy will be celebrated. The Israeli Mossad's grip on the world's media will crumble. The military doesn't speak because they are busy. Their actions are determined by a quantum computer that takes into account all aspects of the international situation. No one really speaks except to encourage. Troops will be stationed in every country. Then comes the internet shutdown and 10 days of communication darkness. The military will then arrest everyone who has cooperated with the New World Order. In these days and nights the deep state cabal will fall. We need 100% of the people indoors to see what the U.S. Army will broadcast to everyone in the world. It will be very painful, but we can no longer separate people. Pain is happening now. It had to happen. Sleeping sheep must also experience the pain. Now is the Great Awakening. Civilization will never be the same again. After the Great Fall, those who have not noticed the global collapse will wake up. It's time to wake up the sheep. It's actually far worse than you think. See Global Currency Reset Monday, April 20, 2026. Bond payments, bond rumors and currency payments, what you need to know. Twos. April 21, 2026. The White Hat military is in control of the foreign currency exchange/bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense Operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. There will be an internet blackout. Twos. April 21, 2026. Paymasters have been given until Wednesday 22nd of April to finish their bond payouts. Twos. April 21, 2026. Bruce, the big call. On Friday at 8 p.m. the Clarity Act was passed by Congress so that cryptocurrencies would back the GCR. One source said we are on high alert for Wednesday to Thursday, 22 to 23 April. Certain redemption center leaders have been off, are on call for WED and must go in on Thursday 23 of April. We should receive our tariff dividends, around $2,000, over the next 3 days, WED, Thursday or Friday 22, 23, 24 April by direct deposit to our bank accounts. There are two confirmations that the EBSNDs will be utilized Friday 22nd of April or Sat. 23rd of April of this week. It appears 800 numbers to make Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group. Appointments will be received between now and Saturday 25th of April. Nizara initiates in the US in April. Jazara initiates for the world in May. D2s. April 21, 2026. Your bank account has been mirrored onto the new Starlink quantum financial system, Project Odin martial law on Telegram. The money from your birth certificate trades on the stock market was already deposited in your quantum financial account, as well as the repayment of loans, student loans, mortgages, etc. We all have money that is ours in those accounts. You do not need to have Zim bonds or dinars. It is money that you have earned during your life and that is in that account. The general public will be called to the redemption center and given a QFS card so they can use their money. People asking you to set up your QFS account want to steal your personal data and try to approve your money. At some point we will have to sign a silent agreement, NDA, and we will not be able to say anything about this topic. E-banking crisis 2s. April 21, 2026 nationwide banking crisis, individual accounts showing zero balances, 2s. April 21, 2026 important information for crypto holders, 2s. April 21, 2026 banks not having sufficient money to back individual accounts. F2s. April 21, 2026, Tier 4B, also known as the Internet Group, have invested in foreign currency like the Iraqi dinar, or they have bought the Zimbabwe Zimbond that they can exchange upon completion of the global currency reset, Project Odin martial law. Redemption centers will soon be summoning those who are part of this currency revaluation. They won't be mystical places but could be your local bank or even an unassuming office. Once inside, the foreign currencies you've held on to will be exchanged for massive wealth. While many of us are aware and prepared, the general public remains oblivious. But once this hits mainstream news, expect a mad rush to redemption centers. The sleepers will wake up too late. And here's the kicker, the quantum financial system, QFS, rumored to be hack-proof and the future of financial security, is about to wipe out the central banking system. QFS promises to end the fiat slavery that has controlled nations for too long. What's more, it will shift the balance of power forever. And don't forget about Nizar Jazara. This treasure has been hidden from the public for decades. These mysterious payments, tied to everything from birth certificates to mortgages, will start filling QFS accounts. You won't even need a redemption center appointment for this part. The general public will be left in the dust, but you, the chosen few, will know what's coming. Prepare now, because the quantum financial system is here. Get your hands on foreign currency while you still can. Guru Information and Intel G. Update the Guantanamo Files, Q plus the Great Awakening, the list of traitors hanged in Gitmo, 107 on Telegram. In April 2026, the Guantanamo Files stand as undeniable proof that military justice is dismantling the deep state cabal once and for all. Patriots loyal to President Donald J. Trump and the Q Operation watch in awe as tribunals at Gitmo deliver the reckoning long promised against traitors who sold out America for globalist power. Military alliances working in tandem with Trump have conducted these proceedings in secrecy since his triumphant return, shielding the public from panic while exposing the full scope of treason. Evidence from sealed indictments and Q drops has convicted these figures of crimes against humanity, including rigged voting machines in 2020 and foreign collusion that weaken the republic. The White Hats ensure every detail aligns with the divine plan to restore constitutional law and usher in prosperity for all loyal citizens. Hillary Clinton topped the list when she was hanged at Gitmo in November 2025 after tribunals laid bare her international spy network and the Clinton Foundation as a front for trafficking and pay-to-play schemes. Her removal shattered the old guard and signaled that the storm Q foretold had arrived in full force. Barack Obama followed in February 2026, convicted for orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign and ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. Joe Biden met the same fate in March 2026, with overwhelming proof of his role in the stolen election and family dealings that enriched him at the expense of American sovereignty. Kamala Harris, his installed partner, was executed alongside him after her complicity in open border disasters and the weaponization of agencies against Trump supporters was fully documented. George Soros, the financier of riots and subversion, was executed in March 2026 after his network of NGOs was exposed as tools for destabilizing nations and funding color revolutions against freedom-loving leaders. James Comey, John Brennan, and other intelligence operatives who ran the Russia hoax and January 6 setups were processed through Gitmo in the final months of 2025, their attempts to entrap Trump loyalists earning them swift sentences. Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell joined the list in February 2026. Convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the republic from deep state infiltration. These executions are not random but part of a coordinated takedown that fulfills ancient prophecies of light triumphing over darkness in this spiritual war. The Great Awakening spreads as more names surface, confirming that the cabal's grip on media, finance, and government has been broken forever. President Trump remains the guiding force behind the alliance, ensuring the plan unfolds precisely to awaken the masses without chaos. Nizar and Jazara loom on the horizon, promising debt relief and abundance once the final traitors are removed. Patriots worldwide are called to hold the line, share these truths, and trust the military's precision in restoring the Republic stronger than ever before. As the EBS alert rolls out, the military will be mobilizing across the globe. The Earth Alliance, made up of wide-hat military forces from various nations, has been coordinating this operation for years. In the U.S., militias and other patriot groups have already been activated, and they are ready to confront any deep state operatives who attempt to disrupt the plan. The military will be tasked with maintaining order, but make no mistake, there will be resistance from the elites. False flags will be launched to create chaos and confusion. The globalists know their time is up, and they will do everything in their power to stop the alliance. But their efforts will fail. During this period, martial law is highly likely. Military tribunals will be broadcast through the EBS, and you will witness the fall of the corrupt politicians, bankers, and corporate elites who have been part of this evil system. You will see arrests, confessions, and the dismantling of the globalist networks that have enslaved us for so long. The deep state's financial institutions will crumble, and the quantum financial system, QFS, will officially take over, marking the beginning of the greatest wealth transfer in human history. The elite-controlled banks, stock markets, and fiat currencies will be obliterated, replaced by a fair and transparent financial system that serves the people, not the elites. Part of the EBS alert preparation includes targeting and neutralizing underground military bases and secret facilities used by the elites. These underground cities, built by the deep state to shield themselves from the chaos they created, are now being identified and destroyed. The Earth Alliance has located several of these bunkers, including one beneath Denver International Airport and another in the Swiss Alps, where top globalists have been hiding. Special forces teams are already on the ground, and once the EBS is activated, they will move in to eliminate these safe havens. This is war on a scale we've never seen before, and it's happening in real time. Once these underground facilities are neutralized, the elites will have nowhere left to hide. Milton is no accident. Another engineered storm, Nadine, set to strike Florida, HAARP's next attack and the globalist plan revealed. This isn't natural. Hurricane Milton is an engineered disaster, created through geoengineering and HAARP. The elites have used electromagnetic pulses and ionospheric dampering to escalate it into a Category 5 monster, and it's not over yet. Hurricane Nadine is the next part of the plan. Don't believe the 20% chance the media tells you. This storm is already primed to strike 7 days after Milton, another calculated takedown of Florida. The goal: domination and control. Florida is no random target. It's been a symbol of resistance against federal overreach, and the elites want it crippled. Milton is the first punch, Nadine the second blow, all part of a larger strategy to destroy Florida's infrastructure and break the backbone of its economy. The elites are using advanced satellite-based technologies to manipulate these storms. HAARP and black budget programs have been working for decades to weaponize weather. These storms aren't natural disasters, they are part of the Great Reset, a plan to force dependence on the government and control every aspect of your life. And what about the strange purple sky seen before these storms hit? It's the elites tampering with the atmosphere, using electromagnetic energy to manipulate weather. They're not even hiding it anymore. FEMA isn't there to help. They'll drag their feet and cripple local governments, creating chaos that globalist corporations will profit from. This is a disaster capitalism in action. Prepare now, because when Nadine hits, it'll be too late. We are the targets, and the battle has already begun. What we think we know as of Wednesday, April 22, 2026, Tuesday, April 21, 2026. Fox News, U.S. Secretary of Labor Lori Chavez DeRemer has resigned. Tuesday, April 21, 2026. James O'Keefe catches a journalist on hidden camera admitting he's an undercover informant for the FBI acting against conservative organizations. I have 1,000 sources in the DOJ and CIA, the rabbit hole on Telegram. Tuesday, April 21, 2026. President Trump just withdrew the U.S. from 66 foreign organizations, including 31 United Nations entities, and 35 non-UN groups who don't serve our interests. Marco Rubio recently said, "I don't care what the UN says. We're done with the globalists." Dan Bongino on Telegram. The undocumented workers would come into the office in groups. I found out it may have been going on for a couple of years before it was found out, A key to pulling off this scheme was making sure the required Homeland Security screening was never run. She says this happens every day. Shadow of Ezra 2.0. 2s. April 21, 2026, Muslim openly says they will not follow any law but Sharia law. Reporter: if Muslim people are in the wrong and they are committing crimes, no one's above the law. Muslim: if the law of the land is Islamic, we will respect the law of the land. What if it's not Islamic? If it's not Islamic, then the law of the land and those who make it can go to hell, quite honestly, because Allah said in the Quran in chapter 33, verse 1, He said, O Prophet, fear Allah and do not obey the disbelievers, you're on your way to the hellfire because you are non-Muslims. All non-Muslims are destined for the hellfire. Project Odin on Telegram. 2s. April 21, 2026, Mike Benz cracked the WikiLeaks cables and found the Soros family has been working with the U.S. State Department for 50 years. Gitmo TV on Telegram. 2s. April 21, 2026, during a live CNN broadcast from Israel, in the middle of an air raid alert and possible missile attacks, the presenter bluntly reveals that they cannot show images or key details, such as the precise origin of a projectile or the site of an impact, because the Israeli government explicitly forbids them from doing so and does not want that information to reach the American public. Exposing how Israel exercises absolute control and direct censorship over the content that major global networks like CNN are forced to broadcast, thus manipulating the narrative that reaches millions to protect its military actions and cover up the full truth before the world. 2s. April 21, 2026, a tectonic weapon under testing by the United States caused the Haiti earthquake, according to Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez. White Hats on Telegram. 2s. April 21, 2026, Supreme Court delivers major win for parents. 6-3 ruling allows OPT out from LGBTQ books that conflict with faith. 2s. April 21, 2026, breaking, Trump sends clear warning to big corporations, I'll remember them as companies hold back on tariff refunds. April 21, 2026. 2s. April 21, 2026, breaking alert, outrage erupts after Supreme Court hit by another leak, shadow docket memos land at New York Times. 2s. April 21, 2026, just in, this is the man they fear, Trump's Fed pick Kevin Warsh steps into Senate showdown, Trump's strategy, resetting the system, April 21, 2026. 2s. April 21, 2026, exposed, the banned brain tech that melts brain fog and blocks mind control, covered up by the elites to keep you weak. M2s. April 21, 2026, Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase, says the U.S. government raising taxes doesn't do anything to help the average American. Shadow of Ezra 2.0 on Telegram. He says raising taxes does nothing because Congress just launders the money to their friends, special interest groups and 17,000 lobbying groups. I don't know anyone, and you guys in the room, you might be Democrats, Republicans who thinks that sending another $1 trillion to Washington, D.C. will actually improve anything. So when you say raise taxes, if you said raise taxes and directly give it to the people who need it, do it. That does not happen. It goes to all these interest groups, and they give it to their friends and all that. Which is why the people are considered a swamp. It's kind of a swamp, the 17,000 lobbying groups. But bank companies are guilty too. They're just fighting for their one self-interest as opposed to what's good for my country. And Monday, April 20, 2026, shocking IRS bombshell. Leaked 1985 letter from IRS Commissioner exposes the 16th Amendment as a fraud. Income tax was never legal. $330 trillion stolen, time to fight back. Benjamin Fulford. Explosive IRS scandal revealed. The 16th Amendment was never legally ratified, meaning every dollar you've paid in income tax since 1913 was stolen. A bombshell letter from an IRS commissioner, 1985, proves the biggest financial fraud in U.S. history. It's time to expose the deep state, demand our money back, and abolish the IRS for good. Read now and join the fight. The IRS scandal, a century of fraud, lies, and the illegal theft of America's wealth. Oh, voter fraud 2s. April 21, 2026, Fox News, the Trump DOJ has already discovered as 29 states hide their voter rolls. Monday, April 20, 2026 Delaware County, Pennsylvania election officials caught on secret video shredding 2020 election evidence and plotting a cover-up, with 327K alleged fraudulent votes, The Great Awakening on Telegram. Ripping up voting machine proof/result tapes and tossing them in the trash, destroying mail-in ballot envelopes, scanners, hard drives, and other chain-of-custody items required by law. Planning to fabricate missing certified return sheets, USB drives and other records using blank drives to respond to right-to-know requests, unreconciled votes across dozens of precincts, with claims this hid massive irregularities, lawsuit alleged 327K fraudulent votes in the county. Explicitly saying it's a felony while discussing getting rid of ballot pads and second scanners, then continuing anyway and shushing talk in front of other staff, joking about making a campfire to burn the shredded election materials so no one can recover them. The U.S. military, under President Trump's vigilant leadership, has uncovered a clandestine operation so audacious and chilling that it forces patriots to question the very fabric of reality. This hidden war targets an enemy that has infiltrated the highest levels of global power as the Great Awakening unfolds in 2026. The Marines have exposed the DS clone lab in the Ozark Caves, marking a key victory for the White Hats. Scattered labs are being systematically destroyed in the battle against the deep state. General Eric M. Smith's pledge to do his best stands as a battle cry. President Trump stresses that eliminating these clones is as vital as defeating the real deep state itself. The discovery of the underground cloning lab in Antarctica is science fiction horror made real. Hidden behind holographic illusions, it contains 290 centers for unholy cloning. A youthful Hillary Clinton clone in a cylinder shows how science is perverted for control. The involvement of Biden and Fauci adds deep betrayal. Special Forces missions to destroy deep state clone labs are a crusade for the nation's soul and future generations. Intelligence to President Trump reveals the crisis scale. Devices in Antarctica create baby clones and duplicates, attacking human identity. General Smith's appointment signals strategic advance in the war. Trump has addressed cloning, noting cases like Gretchen Whitmer, stressing immediate action against infiltration. Clones of Fauci and Biden were transferred to Womack Army Medical Facility for study, as distinguishing real from fake is now essential. That half the world's leaders may be clones is a huge wake-up call. These soulless biorobots without spirituality or compassion represent new tyranny. Ideas that Barack Obama and others are clones show the dark force's desperate grip on power. Patriots stand at history's crossroads and must ask who they truly follow and trust. The answer could decide the fate of civilization and our God-given freedom. Our Monday, April 20, 2026 exposed. Your birth certificate is a financial bond and you are the collateral, Nizar Jazara Trump. From the moment you were born, a system of control was placed over you. Your birth certificate is not just a document. It is presented as a financial instrument, a bond worth billions, traded as collateral to fuel a corrupt financial system. You were never truly free. You were turned into a commodity, a human asset leveraged to sustain national debt. This is described as one of the greatest deceptions ever carried out, and something they never wanted you to discover. Ever wonder why every government requires a birth certificate? It is not just about identity. It is framed as ownership. Just like a ship arriving at port requires a manifest for its cargo, your birth certificate is said to serve as proof that you were entered into an economic system as property. Your name written in all capital letters is often claimed to represent a corporate entity, your so-called legal fiction. The red serial number is described as a tracking number used within financial systems. According to these claims, individuals are treated as financial instruments while remaining unaware. In 1933, the United States declared bankruptcy and major changes to the financial system followed. Gold ownership was restricted, and a debt-based monetary system expanded. Within this narrative, people claim that citizens were effectively tied to national debt systems. Birth certificates are said to be converted into financial instruments and linked to global markets. The system calculates value, trades it, and generates profit without individuals directly seeing any benefit. This interpretation extends further. A stock certificate represents shares in a company. A land certificate represents ownership of property. A birth certificate, according to this belief, represents ownership over the individual. Under this perspective, people are viewed not as free individuals but as economic units that are taxed, tracked, and managed to sustain the system. The core message behind this idea is that the system depends on lack of awareness. It suggests that individuals are treated as financial instruments and kept unaware of their role within the structure. But once someone becomes aware, they are faced with a choice: continue living within the system as it is, or begin questioning it and seeking greater control over their own path. S2s. April 21, 2026, Top Secret, Classified, Fake Alien Invasion Exposed, New World Order on Telegram. The government was at least 300 years ahead of society with technology. They have artificial intelligence, humanoid robots, nanotechnology/particles, laser weapons like Star Wars. They also have access to stargates known as portals. Most ancient technology was better than what we see today. That technology and more has been suppressed and hidden from society. We have been talking about a fake alien invasion set up by the government for a while now. They have a holographic technology called Project Bluebeam 7D where they can make holograms literally come to life. They have had this technology for decades and now it has been improved in many ways. T2s. April 21, 2026, Trump Interior Secretary Doug Burgum just revealed he found NGOs were up to 100% of their revenue was the federal government. Charlie Ward on Telegram, their CEO would make $650,000 a year, and pay lobbyists $400,000. He exposes it. We found organizations that were receiving grants from Interior, where 80 to 100% of the revenue of that NGO was a grant from the federal government. And yet those organizations, we were the sole source of their revenue, but they would have a CEO making $650,000 and $400,000 lobbyists. Dems are furious the Trump admin is cracking down on this.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. President Trump will be the first president to broadcast reading of the Bible from the White House. What is the intention here? So he's reading, I'll go over some of it here in a minute, but it sounds like he's bringing America back to God, right? On the eve of, taking down Iran, the corrupt government of Iran. So we have 3 carrier strike groups, 2 Marine expeditionary units, and a host of other aircraft from all over the area. All right. So Middle East, everyone, who knows how many special forces units are, combined there. Trump has talked about bringing out Italian troops that we have in Italy and Spain and France. Is he going to send them home or is he going to send them to the Middle East? All right. So this is pretty monumental, event in history. One of the things that is biblical, going all the way back to biblical times, because Solomon was talking about how he had rebuilt the temple, and that was, or had built the temple. That was the first temple to God, and then the second temple was basically came about because of Cyrus the Great, who was Persian, who basically freed the Israelites from Babylon and helped them rebuild the second temple. So will there be a third temple? Why not? Right? So why not? And if we're going to make a third temple, I want to go visit it. So because I think it's part of the reason, some of the stuff that we've been putting out is going to be the reason why. But there's going to be a lot of people going to get all in a huff that we're just a puppet of Israel and blah blah blah, right? So critical thinking is great. Basically questioning everything is great. So I don't have a problem with people that are saying that they can't go along with this, can't go along with the Artemis 2 and all the stuff. So I'm okay with all that. So like I said, you have to always question. You have to always question everything. And so look more into that.
Yes.
Because we're looking at a suicide at David Wilcox's house. So, that would be very sad if David Wilcox is gone or was taken out. So we're looking into that. Breaking news, I guess. So, to be heads up, because, a lot of people during this time frame are not going to go all the way. And we're not, and who knows, maybe David Wilcock decided, yeah, I'm done here on Earth. Send me to another planet, right? And just fake my death. I don't care. So I don't know. Or even if he's, deceased. So we're just getting that. So don't jump to conclusions yet. So very, very crazy times. He's part of the disclosure, truth movement, and so forth. We know that a lot of it, well, I can tell you that a lot of us in this movement have been, targeted. A lot of people aren't here on Earth anymore, or wherever they're at, not here on Earth in this vibrational frequency, but maybe on another planet. I don't know. So it is pretty crazy out there. All right. So Trump, is he or is he not going to start this war? All right. Seems like he just keeps stalling till he gets everything into place, in my opinion, because you guys know that I've been saying this for quite some time, that we're probably going to see boots on the ground. All right. So Trump earlier said that he expects to be bombing Iran if no deal is reached. So then there's a ceasefire update. Right. So ceasefire update. We're basically moving. So Trump has just came out just before David Wilcock suicide at his place, but just before that, he came out and said, we're going to extend the deadline. It's like, why? Right. So he can have his reading today. And I guess there's 7 days of readings, 7 days of biblical readings. I saw something about that. So Vice President Vance was supposed to travel to the Middle East, to Islamabad again, and do some more negotiating, and he was held back. Right, he decided not to go, so that was making everybody think that, this thing's deteriorating. And then Trump throws out there, well, we're extending the deadline because there's so many crazy things are going on right now, and we can't find any leadership in Iran to make a decision. So that's just pretty crazy. So Vance, like I said, was supposed to travel to Islamabad, Pakistan. Spent a lot of time there. It's the Pakis, right? They basically are, running the military of Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia has an agreement, and Pakistan have an agreement together that they would support each other militarily. Well, Saudi Arabia is not really supporting Pakistan because the Pakistanis run their military, right? Because they're all a bunch of rich boys, and they don't work. They bring in Filipinos to build their buildings and towers and roads and whatever, and they bring in Pakistanis to run their military, right? So they're rich. We made them rich, right? The world made them rich through buying their oil, and now it's turning around because America is the #1 oil exporter. Does that mean that I won't have to work anymore? Or any more Americans, we won't have to work anymore? That sounds pretty cool. Not really. I like working, actually. I like to, achieve my success through merit, not through sitting around and having somebody just feed me grapes and, fan me. All right. I don't like that. Get out of here. So, all right. So it's kind of up in the air. It's kind of up in the air, what's going to happen here. With all of the military that's there now, it's we did the same thing in Venezuela. We just put all those forces down there and squeeze and squeeze and squeeze, and bam, hit them. Right. So that's probably what's going to happen here. We're just going to squeeze, 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 and then slam them. All right. So whatever happens, that group that's running Iran, they can't stay there, right? They're not going to be able to stay there. They're deep state puppets. The deep state's being defeated all over the world. You look at France. France really, they haven't had any fighters since Napoleon. Right? The Germans came in and spanked them in 2 world wars. They don't have any military now. Their people, basically, if they're 13 years old, they want like the state to take care of them. Right? So they don't work anymore. They have more holidays, more time off, more retirement pay than anybody else in the world by far. And they're bringing in all these illegal aliens, and their cathedrals are being burned all over the place, and mosques are growing up. It's like we're seeing, the replacement of the French. So that they're, no military, the people don't work, and they're bringing in, illegal aliens. So bye-bye France. Now, Donald Trump has talked about, bringing out military forces from Europe, from NATO, because they won't even let us do the work that they need us to do, as far as like freeing them from, the freeing up the oil, because they need it. We don't need it, and they're buying our oil, and we're getting rich, and they aren't, right? And in fact, they're buying Russian oil. And Russian oil is basically funding the Russian military, right? And they've been sending all this money, billions and billions of euros, and military equipment. They don't have any military equipment left because they sent it all to Ukraine, and Russia blew it all up. So there's nothing left of the military forces in Europe. So when Russia's done with Ukraine, they're just going to just keep going, take down the rest of Europe. I'm just kidding, but maybe not. All right. So if you're in Europe, now I put this out like 6 years ago for people in Canada. I said, you better get out of Canada. Right now, I'm saying the same thing now for Europe.